machine has come out of every old washing machine, and you won't find any new ideas until you look into this amazing new GE washer. New ideas like the largest capacity tub you can buy to save up to 75 loads a year, our smoothest, quietest spin cycle, and even an enlarged opening for easy loading. Our new GE washer is the best we've ever made because it's just one good idea after another.
Set goals this year. Be a WHAS 11 goal setter.
And you could win a trip to Six Flags Over Mid-America near St. Louis from Bluegrass Coca-Cola. The trip includes 2 nights hotel and 2-day park passes for a family of 4. 3 lucky families will win. To be a goal setter in your school, have perfect attendance, improve your grades, practice good citizenship and good conduct.
Set goals for this school year. Be a goal setter.
Goal Setters is sponsored by Bluegrass Coca-Cola, Kroger Video, and WHAS 11.
Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11, presents exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Thunder over Louisville. You're looking at the air show at this hour, right over the Ohio River. Live pictures. I'm Gary Rodemeyer, along with Melissa Swan, and I am just delighted that this has turned out to be a wonderful, sunny day. You know, you and I worried about this all week, that we were going to be out here under an umbrella, and this is terrific.
Alone.
Folks, you don't know how good we feel.
And what you're watching right now in the air show is called the French Connection, and it's called that because 2 people from France, married, are flying in formation right now. Jeff Ethel, tell us about these planes and what they're doing.
Yes, they're flying Cap 10 aerobatic competition aircraft, which are extremely maneuverable. Monte Mallet, she flies the aircraft with the white bottom lead, and Daniel Helleguin, her husband, who was a fighter pilot in the French Air Force and a member of the French aerobatic team, flies the wing aircraft. And they do probably one of the tightest aerobatic acts in the world. They are glued together. If you look at them, you can't even tell that they're flying 2 separate airplanes at some points.
So here we're watching a couple who fly all over the world doing this, not just the United States.
Pretty much, but it's mostly the U.S. because we have more air shows than everywhere else put together.
We do.
Oh, yeah. We have probably an average of about 3 air shows per weekend from May to October. It is the 2nd largest spectator sport in the world.
So we are in love with the aircraft.
Oh, absolutely. 24 million people a year go to air
Jeff,
shows.
a personal question. How many air shows will you make in the summertime?
I'll do probably 25 or so. May to October, I'm pretty busy. I try not to be as busy, but I hard to say no.
You love them.
I just love to fly. I just love to fly. And I don't narrate air shows per se. I fly in them. So it's that's the fun part of it, for sure.
Now, the difficulty of what they're doing is this something that's fairly routine for them or fairly difficult?
It's routine for them now. For those of us who watch them over the years, I've watched them for 15 years at least do this. It is definitely not routine in any sense of the word. But this is what they do all the time. This is their full-time living. They teach aerobatics down in Florida, have a superior school. And so this is, look at the coordination. I mean, it's as if one person is flying both aircraft at the same time.
It's like dancing.
Very much. They are dancers of the air, and they're French, so they have a real flair for this. And
they're very romantic.
It's the Fred and Ginger of aerial aerobatics.
You got it. It's absolutely true. And they love every minute of it. They do their own narration. Montaigne has a beautiful ode to joy that she narrates through the show, and they'll play it over the PA. It was just played here, as a matter of fact.
Right, we heard her voice. It is lovely.
Very nice. And so again, all of this to them is fairly routine, but for those of us who watch and who don't do this a lot, it's definitely not routine.
And it is beautiful to watch. We'll be watching much more of this air show when we come back after this.
The first weekend in June. It's a special time of year for special needs children. The weather is warm, along with our thoughts of the annual outpouring of love that exists nowhere else in the world and has existed for over 40 years. Kentuckiana must surely be proud to claim it as its own. At WHAS 11, we are proud, we are honored, and we are delighted to bring you the WHAS Crusade for Children, coming this June.
The Value City Furniture Salathon is almost over. Time is running out, so why don't you? Let's go to, Claire from Cleveland. them up. Their prices are still lower than ever. 7-piece dinette set for $195, or a white vanity and bench for only $38.
What a great deal. Now here's Tin Biddle and the Value City Furniture Ensemble with that song.
Value City Furniture.
Cal Spas, the world's largest spa company, presents the world's largest spa sale. Everything's on sale. We have $150,000 worth of 95 inventory at auction prices, 36 models to choose from. And how does 6 months, same as cash, and a $500 factory rebate grab you? The best value, the best service, the best reputation is Cal Spas. Check us out today. We're just south of I-64 on Hurstbourne. Cal Spas, changing the way you feel.
Wayne, you won 5 Triple Crown races. Unbelievable. Is there a greater thrill than winning the Kentucky Derby? Well, 2 back-to-back would be great, Paul. Wayne, I know you're a big fan of Carriage Ford.
Paul, I like Carriage Ford. They take good care of their customers, and they've taken good care of me, too.
Wayne, you're right on the money. They were voted #1 in Kentuckiana for customer satisfaction.
That's Carriage Ford.
Highway 131, Clarksville.
That's a great place to buy a car or a truck.
We at Papa John's are celebrating our 11th anniversary. And here's how we're saying thanks for making us America's fastest growing pizza company.
2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days only.
It's our anniversary. Join the celebration.
Remember, 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
And there you see what is called the French connection of the air show for Thunder over Louisville. That is a couple from Florida, actually, but originally from Paris, France. And they do a very, very nice, almost dance type of aerobatic show here for the crowd at Thunder. And I tell you, this is about as quiet as I've heard this crowd, Gary Rodemeyer. They're listening to the music.
The music is has a very Parisian flow to it. And as Jeff was saying earlier, this is an aerial ballet. And these two perfectly coordinated on the skies above the Ohio River. Now, if you had to pick a cool place to watch the fireworks, well, you might choose to be on top of the Galt House or someplace else. But, well, Barry Burnson, I don't know if we need to send him to the therapist or whatever, but every year Barry chooses to be on the 2nd Street Bridge with 9 howitzers from Fort Knox. And most times is up there in an asbestos suit. Oh, Barry, are you there?
Oh, I am here. I am definitely here. You know, I made my reservation for today 364 days ago, so I definitely wanted to be right here on this double yellow line in the middle of the Clark Memorial Bridge, 2nd Street Bridge to some people. Those are the 9 howitzers from Fort Knox. Hey, Fort Knox guys, how you doing? We got 9 of those 75mm World War II things. I want to show you a little bit of what else is up here on the bridge. Excuse me, Rocket Man. Right over here we got the fireworks. You know, people came out to see the fireworks. Now, I don't know if you can see right on the edge of the railing of the bridge, those sort of little rod-like things. That really is what's going to cause, here's one right here. This is what really is going to create the waterfall effect when all the fireworks go down off the edge of the bridge. That's those. Over here, these are the big guns, so to speak, that shoot the rockets right up, straight up, except we don't know what the wind's going to do to those. By the way, they told us that this year they've changed from cardboard tubes to PVC tubes because the cardboard tubes catch on fire. That's bad when that happens. Now, what are you going to see and what are you going to remember from this year's Thunder? I'm going to remember the shot that we're going to get from Bridge Cam. Brian Derby, if you can kind of give us a shot. Right at the top of that girder, Bridge Cam is in the center of everything. It is truly at ground zero. We're going to love it. If we can get off the bridge, that is. Terry Miners is in much safer territory. Where's Miners?
Center where you can see it's under 4.5 hours before launch, and you may have a great view down there on the 2nd Street Bridge, but up here Al Schneider buys us free champagne up here all the way atop the Galt House. This is the control area that's set up. Wayne Hettinger, Thunder Producers here. You ready to go, Wayne?
We're ready to go.
Everything's gone all right thus far?
Perfectly weathered, perfectly everything.
Okay. What about the wing nut on the helicopter? Have we gotten this guy a psychiatrist?
They're still working on that one.
Okay. All right. Everything is all set here. We have all the computers set, ready to launch here in less than 4.5 hours, and everything is a go so far, right?
We're a go.
No change, all right. Let me move across the hallway and see the folks that are actually controlling all the aircraft. The FAA people, gathered Here, oh, this is my brother here. Excuse me. I want to look up and say hi. I do have a twin brother. That's Jeff Ball with the county police. And Mr. Richard Kelly with the FAA is here. Mr. Kelly, how do you keep all this aircraft separated when these guys are doing these stunts over the river? How do you keep them separated from all the incoming commercial flights?
Well, we're in control through Stanford Air Traffic Control. We basically have a plan, and we're all on that same plan. We bring the aircraft down to a point near 6 Mile Island. Everyone knows where that is, and so we line them up and bring them in from there, and they're in contact with us here at that point.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kelly's with the FAA, and back downstairs to you, Gary Rodenmeyer and Melissa Swan.
All right, Terry, thank you very much. And don't touch any extraneous buttons up there, Terry. You know what I mean?
That's all
how did we let him get up there?
I don't know. He's up there every year, so he must be behaving.
I think that's
himself.
a kind of a everybody think that was dangerous just on the surface, you know?
They haven't figured that out yet. Now here on the Belvedere, talking to some folks, we have Louisville Tonight Live's Bob Sokoler and Kirby Adams checking out the information for you before the fireworks show. Bob, Kirby?
Hi, Melissa and Gary. Listen, you know, when it comes to fireworks, nobody does it better than the Zambellis, and that is why they are asked back each year to put on Thunder over Louisville.
There is quite a history behind the Zambelli name, so we thought it would be fun to go home with the first family of fireworks, and here's what we found.
I've been all over the United States, and people know the name Zambellis.
And it's nice to see your family's name in lights.
The Zambelli name has been up in lights for nearly a century now.
Company founder Antonio Zambelli brought the business over from Italy.
Well, my dad barely made a living at it. He did this part-time and just managed the Italian celebrations where you can communicate the same language. That was the beginning.
From that beginning, an international fireworks company grew.
The Zambellis have created rockets' red glare over the skies of Dallas, New York, and Washington, D.C.
They've entertained entertainers, presidential wannabes, as well as presidents.
Fireworks are loved by just everybody, as I said earlier, including Reagan, who acted like a clown. He loved them.
Louisville loves the Zambellis, too.
Derby Festival opening ceremonies has been our pride and joy for the last 5 years.
Michael Richards designs Thunder, working in the Zambelli headquarters in Newcastle, Pennsylvania.
This downtown spot is about 5 minutes' drive from the company plant.
The plant is a series of small buildings where shells are prepared or packed for the next show.
Michael hand-picks the more than 20,000 shells that go into Thunder.
Being surrounded by tons of firepower, you'll see plenty of precautions here, but no jitters.
It takes more common sense than anything, and respecting that and recognizing that is probably the biggest part of the safety concern at the factory.
Back at headquarters, the Zambellis are finishing up their preparations for the ultimate bang-up job.
Thunder storms Hollywood.
It just takes a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work, but it's a great job.
Whoa.
And you're looking at us from the 18th floor of the Galt House right now, and we have it on good authority that the Galt House has many rooms filled with family members of the Zambellis.
That's right. Not only the family members, but also we've got up there business associates and personal friends. And for all the Zambelli folks who are up there in the Galt House, congratulations and thank you very much as we come back down to our ground camera. And from that vantage point and our vantage point here on the Belvedere deck, we throw it back to you, Gary, Melissa.
All right, thank you both very much. And actually, you know, the Zambellis bring a lot of people. I've heard that they book about 110 rooms. They bring people here to show them what they can do in the way of fireworks, too. So they're very proud of this display that they show to the rest of us. So it goes to show you if the first family of fireworks is saying this is what you ought to see, this is what we can do, then it must be pretty impressive.
Still the biggest fireworks show in North America. They thought the Olympics might top it this year. No.
Not combined, the opening or the closing
This will be bigger. So we'll be back with more in a moment. Stay with us. Thunder continues in a moment.
The merriment. The madness. The majesty. Everybody covers Derby Day like Kentuckiana's news channel. Derby 122, live all day. Saturday, May 4th, here on WHAS 11.
We're lumberjacks. We're sawing away. We're working real hard. We drink Bush and A. 'Cause way up here, you gotta keep your head clear. Drinking Bush and A. 'Cause it tastes like beer.
Then we act crazy because it's lonely out here.
Fully brewed for mountains of real beer taste. Non-alcohol Bush and A.
American Impressions collection from Ethan Allen. Just because you don't have a lot of money to throw around doesn't mean you have to live with disposable furniture. Right now, there's a sale going on at your local Ethan Allen.
It starts with caring, a desire to be there when needed, with the skills, training, and desire to make the difference in someone's life. This is what LPNs do every day, and in return, they earn the pride, satisfaction, and salary of a trained professional. If this sounds like the kind of career you're looking for, call Spencerian College now at 447-1000 and get started on a career of caring. Call 447-1000, Spencerian College.
If your engine isn't running like it used to, it may be time to come see us at Louisville Motor Exchange. We can replace that worn-out engine with a factory remanufactured engine at a fraction of the cost of a new car or truck. At Louisville Motor Exchange, we have been installing factory remanufactured engines for more than 40 years. And with factory-written warranties, you know you'll be getting the best engine and the best service. Louisville Motor Exchange, we're the engine people, now in our second generation of giving courteous service and advice.
Right now you are looking at Interstate 65 northbound. Traffic moving very slowly at about a snail's pace. People making their way to Thunder over Louisville. So if you're planning on leaving anytime soon, this is what you have to look forward to. I'm told it is worth the traffic, it's worth the crowd, it's worth the wait, but do kind of just put your mindset that you're going to be in that traffic for a while before you get down here.
Both coming and going.
Yeah.
Going home is always fun. So let's check in once again with our Chuck Olmsted, who's up in Sky 11. And Chuck, what's the traffic look like from your vantage point?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you a look right now. This is traffic east coming into Louisville from 71 and 64. Expect about a 15-minute delay. As an alternative, you might want to get off at Zorn Avenue, make his way on Melwood in town. There's also a delay on 65 north into the city. Estimated delay about 15 minutes. Possible alternative, take Eastern Parkway, make your way in town on perhaps 3rd Street or 2nd. And it's well worth the wait, but definitely it's going to take a little while. As we glance over to the right, you see a lot of cars parked on River Road, people making their way in by foot, carrying blankets and other gear to spend the night and join thousands of others in joining what will be just a fantastic afternoon and evening of fireworks. We're going to look on the Indiana shore in a minute, but that's the scene right now. Back to you.
All right, Chuck Olmsted, and I'll tell you what, those people that arrived here early this morning when I was watching at 7:30 a.m. On my way to a race this morning, they're looking better and better all the time and smarter because
Yeah,
they've got the great place now, and they've got their coolers in place and so forth, so
And
they're
what
ready to go.
What they're watching right now is a spectacular show of a Russian MiG-17F. And it's a beautiful plane. Jeff Ethel is here with us, our very learned aviation expert. This is a beautiful plane.
A follow-on to the Russian MiG-15, which was the Korean warfighter. The 17 and the 21 were the aircraft we faced in the Vietnam War. Bill Reisman, who flies this aircraft, really knows what he's doing. He's doing a superior job of keeping the airplane in real tight. Now you're looking at just about a supersonic airplane, not quite, built in the 50s, early 60s, not quite, but close. And he's doing a phenomenal job of putting it in front of the public here. You notice the swept-back nature of the aircraft. The wings are swept back for speed. That's the whole idea. Our aircraft continue to use the same technology. Matter of fact, the wing sweep isn't a lot different than what you see in the stealth fighter. So things don't change a great deal once you reach a certain speed.
Jeff, how did this fighter compare with those that it faced on the American side in Vietnam, performance-wise, handling-wise? Was it a real comparable and competitive aircraft?
Well, the thing about it wasn't as fast. You know, in the 50s, we were building aircraft to go supersonic. We were going to fight a war that never had another dogfight. And so we built what we called interceptors that launched missiles at long ranges. We got into Vietnam and all of a sudden faced these nimble, very maneuverable aircraft, and nothing could outmaneuver a MiG-17, except maybe an A-4 Skyhawk, but it didn't have the power. So you're looking at the premier dogfighter of the Vietnam War, and the kill ratio actually was much in favor of this aircraft many times during the war. We had to retrain entirely for the fighter versus fighter war in order to win, and it was very, very difficult. We really got caught.
Now, how would you acquire a plane like this these days? How did he get his hands on a Russian MiG?
Yeah, until about 1991, it was very difficult. There were a few, but when the Iron Curtain fell, these airplanes were available by the dozens. Matter of fact, right now there are over 3,000 MiGs for sale overseas. Anywhere you want to go.
So after 1991, you began to see...
Oh, wide open. You can buy them for about $20,000.
And of course, a lot of people have been seeing these up close and personal today here in Louisville, this MiG and even a lot of the other much larger aircraft that you'll be seeing in the air show. There is a display, a military display here for Thunder over Louisville, and Stephanie Collins shows us that.
The Fighting Elite cruise into town.
This is the wave of the future for the Navy.
And a wave that's easy to ride.
Oh, it's great. When you put the engines up, it throws you back in the seat, and it's better than any carnival ride you'll ever see.
They see the world at subsonic speeds. Seem glamorous? Well, it's really hard work.
It's a lot of hard work. We go and spend on an average, between 3 and 6 months out of the year over in Saudi Arabia, flying in southern Iraq, which kind of keeps you busy and it's boring and it's not a whole lot of fun.
The F-15 may not look like an old-timer, but it's been around since the 1970s, and the Air Force still considers it state-of-the-art. It does Panama City to Louisville in 45 minutes, but you can't buy a ticket on the F-15. It's already loaded.
We carry a lot of missiles, and we've got a gun that has a lot of rounds in it. And we're basically the only other pure air-to-air fighter where we go out and do the typical dogfighting act that you see on TV and in Top Gun.
But the Navy's F-18 Hornet packs its own punch.
Hydraulically driven gun fires about 6,000 rounds a minute out of a 6-barrel Gatling gun. So you can see the whole hydraulic drive unit in there.
Guns and missiles and a lot of training. That's the job on board the T-84 Skyhawk.
We take students in their last phase of undergraduate flight training, and we teach them to dogfight, drop bombs, as well as go out to the aircraft carrier. Our students go out to the carrier for the very first time in these jets.
From aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf to Louisville's skyline, a piece of America's fighting elite is in town, so enjoy the ride. Stephanie Collins, Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And I want to tell you, I have been on the JFK when they've gone out to the carrier to fly those planes, and that's when they make the varsity, especially at night. When you try to hit a bobbing, weaving, darkened aircraft carrier deck at night in a jet fighter, it's the biggest challenge that a pilot can face.
You know what you're doing there.
You do. And when they come away from that, when they walk away from that, they're ready to go to the fleet. They're ready to become Navy aviators.
And this crowd, of course, has been watching the Russian MiG-17 fly over the Ohio River, and you'll see it there, slow motion for you. Your exclusive News Channel view, Thunder over Louisville 1996. Much more when we continue.
I love my mom.
Aren't you tired of that pig?
Me?
I have needs too, you know. I've got this pain.
I know a good acupuncture doctor.
For animals?
Yeah, or if you're in need of a psychiatrist.
A pet? I want to be a TV star. I'm so beautiful. Girlfriend, I've got a place for you.
Do your pets live the life of luxury? Watch Pets Are People too, Wednesday at 7:30 on WHAS 11.
That
pig is working my last good nerve. Oink.
Some restaurants have a breakfast bar, but do they give you this much fresh fruit? Frisch's Big Boy does. And Frisch's has fresh ham and bacon, not frozen. Country hash browns made from real potatoes, and special recipe French toast smothered in a homemade topping with whole blueberries. You could go to other breakfast bars, but why? Breakfast is better at Frisch's Big Boy because they start with better stuff.
Cal Spas, the world's largest spa company, presents the world's largest spa sale. Everything's on sale. We have $150,000 worth of 95 inventory at auction prices, 36 models to choose from. And how does 6 months, same as cash, and a $500 factory rebate grab you? The best value, the best service, the best reputation is Cal Spas. Check us out today. We're just south of I-64 on Hurstbourne. Cal Spas, changing the way you feel.
It's Metro Bowling's big annual clearance sale. Rock bottom prices on men and women's bowling shoes. Women's shoes 5 through 6.5, normally $38.95, now just $12.95. Other shoes normally $38.95, only $29.95. And Metro Bowling has men's shoes ready to move. Shoes normally $39.95 are sacrificed at $29.95. Sale shoes available only at Metro's main store at 4333 Taylor Boulevard, just 1 mile south of the Waterston. If you miss Metro Bowling's big annual shoe clearance sale, you will be sorry.
I hear something big's happening.
Something so big I can't even talk about it.
You can tell me.
Smith's Furniture is having the biggest truckload sale ever.
Take me.
Now!
No, to the sale.
GE 25-inch stereo TV, only $277. Frigidaire extra large capacity 5-cycle washer, $369. Hotpoint by GE 18 cubic foot refrigerator, only $399.
Big rig coming through, make way!
Make your way to Smith's Furniture's truckload sale, going on now.
And welcome back, everyone, to Thunder over Louisville 1996, and a very entertaining air show that precedes the fireworks extravaganza that is set for 9:30 this evening. I am Melissa Swan, along with Gary Rodemeyer here. We will be with you until 7 o'clock, and then we'll be back at 8. Night Live will take over for us between 7 and 8:30, and at 8:30 we will go until midnight with the fireworks and everything that comes after that.
Wait a minute, I didn't know we were going to be here until midnight.
Surprise, surprise.
Well, at any rate, let's go back to the air show for just a moment. We'll show you some pictures of some Navy T-34Cs. Well, the A4 is coming in now, so this would be the TA-4J Talon Air Force jet trainers that are coming in. Training Air Wing 1 from the Naval Air Station at Meridian, Mississippi. So that's what you're looking at right now. And along the riverbank in Jeffersonville is our Julie Koenig, who is on Towboat Annie. Julie?
Ahoy there, Gary. Yes, the A4 is pretty loud. We got to see those yesterday out at the Air National Guard base. You'll get a up-close and personal look at them coming up a little later in the show. With me, I have a couple of friends. We're up here at the pilot house now. I have Kevin and Vince. Tell me, Kevin, what have you enjoyed so much?
I enjoyed the Russian MiG, and I liked all the airplanes and the loop-de-loops and the barrel rolls and stuff like that.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Kevin tells me this is the very first time you've actually seen Thunder over Louisville in person, right? Why is that?
I don't know. We just never did come, really. I don't know.
Well, Kevin has some binoculars, and he's been checking out the plane. So do me a favor, Kevin. Point him that direction. Now tell me, do you see any clouds in the sky?
Not many. Very few.
All right, so no clouds coming our way. We think that's pretty cool. As long as the planes are flying, we're having a great time over here in Indiana. And while we're making some personal introductions, I'm going to have Tim Furnish, who's running the camera there, pan down a little bit. Got my family with me today as well. That's Jessica. Hi, Jessica. Jeff, my dad, Jack. My mother's Janice. Way family. We're having a great time over here, enjoying the sun. For now, we'll pitch it back to you in Louisville.
And that's Towboat Julie Koenig. Once that's the second reporter to get her family on tonight.
We don't often get an opportunity to do that.
Get the kids. Call the kids.
And we want to go to Rachel Platt. I don't think she has her one-year-old son out there on the barge. Do you, Rachel?
I don't think so, Melissa. My husband would kill me. I'm feeling left out with no family here, but we're not giving up hope. The big story has been the wind out here on the barge. They're going ahead and doing the fireworks as if the skydivers are going to land here later on tonight. I've got Jamie Gum with me here. She's going to talk a little bit about the winds have been such a problem. It's very hard to hit this barge to begin with. What are the optimum winds to hit this tonight?
We need about 15 miles an hour, and it's not so bad except for the gusts. We're having a lot of trouble with very calm winds, and then they gust really high. And to set up an approach for the canopies, you've got to have a steady wind so they'll know where they went. That's why we all went to the field a while ago, just to test it out.
All right, now at 7-11, the next jump, they're going to try and hit the barge.
Everybody's going to try to get to the barge. At the 7-11, we've got 2 jumpers on each barge, and the rest will go to the field. At that point, we will determine whether or not the winds are acceptable to make the night jump onto the barge. We're not giving up. We won't give up till the last minute. If so, we'll put the night show in the field.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamie. Good luck. We appreciate it. And Melissa and Gary, you know I've been worried about a restroom all day. Guess what? They have a thunder pot here on the towboat.
On the barge. Never fear. The ubiquitous thunder pot. They're everywhere this year.
We have a plane that's coming by now that we've become friends with here at the News Channel. One of our reporters, Jim Turner, flew in on the KC-135 jet refueler that followed the stealth fighter in it. Jeff Ethel, tell us a little bit about this plane and its function in the Air Force.
The KC-135 first came out in the 50s. It's a Boeing 707 airliner full of gas. So you take the people out, you put the gas in, and you can download over 30,000 pounds of fuel into refueling fighters, bombers, transports, and so that's what gives the Air Force its long-range capability. If you notice, he's got his refueling boom down.
Right, that probe
there is a guy in the back who flies that thing with a stick, 2 sticks actually, with a set of wings that are on the boom. And if you look real carefully, you'll see the wings on the boom. Well, that's a great shot from the Skycam. But so without that aircraft, we do not have what the Air Force calls global reach. We have to have it. And the funny thing is, we cannot replace this thing. If you notice, it's got real big engines on it, brand new engines. We just can't replace the airframe. It's such an essentially important airframe to the Air Force. We do have other refuelers, but the KC-135, kind of like the B-52 and some of those aircraft, just seem to go on forever.
And as we said, our Jim Turner flew in with the KC-135, and they were telling him during that refueling, now they cannot scratch the paint on the stealth because that's what keeps it from radar detection, and
that's
so they
right.
have to be very, very careful not to scratch
Exactly.
the paint. Even worse than a new car. And Jim Turner is here now to show you more of his ride in with the stealth.
The F-117 stealth fighter needs fuel on its flight into Louisville, so a tanker plane, a KC-135 Stratotanker, delivers. The view from the belly of the plane impresses everybody on board. Even the pilots take turns leaving the cockpit to see the sight at the rear of their plane.
We get the same charge out of it that anybody else would, and so we do like to go back there and take a look, and when they come up in front, and when we get big formations of fighters and things like that, I think we get just about as excited about it as anybody else does.
The Stealth flew out of an Air Force base in New Mexico. We left an air base in Wichita, Kansas. The Stratotanker refueled the Stealth over Oklahoma and Arkansas. Airman Pete Rodriguez delicately guides the fuel boom into position as the Stealth pilot eases the fighter plane in for a fill-up.
Zero contact.
It looks difficult, but when the weather's nice, it's a routine mission for the men involved.
Now it is, but with the 117, like I was telling you, we're not allowed to scratch them because of the paint on them and everything, so there's a little bit more pressure on you that you have to have that precise contact.
The Stealth's paint helps the plane hide from radar. That's why the boom operator must do the job perfectly. In no time, the boom's in and out, the Stealth has its fuel, and its pilot can enjoy his ultimate flying machine.
It's a fascinating airplane. When I first started flying, it was a real challenge. It kind of grows into fascination, and now I just enjoy it. It's a real enjoyable airplane. It's an excellent airplane. It's very reliable.
The Stealth flies alongside the tanker plane until they fly into airspace over Kentuckiana. Pilot Mark Smith, a Louisville native, enjoys the homecoming.
Tell you what, it was great coming back into here. Seeing how big this place has really grown since the last time I've been in here, because like I said, the last time I've been in here was 1988.
This time around, the view's more interesting in more ways than one. Jim Turner, Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And there's another pass by the C-130 tanker, the refueling mechanism that allowed the stealth fighter to come in from California. Or excuse me, that's a C-130 cargo plane that came in behind there. from the 123rd Air Guard. Thank you very much. And we'll have much more of our opening ceremony for Thunder over Louisville. We'll be back with our continuous coverage in just a moment. Stay with us.
You're watching exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville on Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
On Restonic bedding, including marvelous middle sleep sets. Smith's ignites sizzling savings on all sizes. Kings, queens, fulls, and twins. Firm to super firm, this low price eruption is bigger and better than ever. And Smith's even fires off free delivery and set up for your new Restonic bedding. But hurry, because these explosive prices are for a limited time only. Who gives you bang-up Restonic bargains that thunder all over town? Smith's Furniture, Electronics, and Appliance. That's who.
You might be making a big mistake if you're shopping for a diamond tennis bracelet at the malls. There's a good chance you'll be paying too much, or sacrificing quality, or not realizing how many styles there are to choose from. Davis Center Jewelers offers the best selection and prices on tennis bracelets. We have dozens of different styles, with diamond bracelets that start at only $99. There's one place where the selection is outstanding, price is affordable, and quality guaranteed. Davis Center Jewelers.
For the greatest spectacle in RVs and mobile homes, come to Tom Raper's gigantic 32nd anniversary sale, Richmond, Indiana. Wow, it's 60 acres big. Save thousands. Diesel pushers, motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, Tom Raper RVs, Richmond, Indiana. Midwest's largest dealer. Nobody beats Tom Raper's deal. I-70 exit 149A.
Save today, Tom Raper's way.
Save now. 32nd anniversary sale. Call free 1-800-RAPER-RV.
The impact of a car crash can be powerful, especially when it's used as a learning tool.
You okay? You guys can hop out now.
So to get students involved in the Nationwide Insurance Prom Promise, Nationwide agents help stage events like this one to help students remain drug and alcohol-free, especially on prom night. Sometimes the best way to avoid a crash is to be in one.
The Nationwide Insurance Prom Promise is sponsored by Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And welcome back to Thunder over Louisville, 1996. I'm Gary Rodemeyer along with Melissa Swan, and we're right in the midst of the air show and getting ready for a pass by the Air Force F-16 fighter.
And welcome back, everyone. We want to talk about what's going on in the air right now. Thunder over Louisville. So many people are here watching the air show. It's been going on since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we are still several hours away from the fireworks, but I don't think, Jeff Ethel, anyone really cares about the fireworks right now. They're having a good time, right?
That's exactly
that
why.
was an F-16.
That's why no one is caring a thing about the fireworks right now.
Sounds like fireworks already.
This is the plane I have personal knowledge of, having flown in it and flown upside down and every inside out in this plane. But it is the fastest and most maneuverable plane that I've ever flown in. I know that.
Yeah, it's certainly the Air Force's premier dogfighter.
And Jeff Ethel is here. We want to remind you he is our aviation expert who knows all about these planes and tells us, you're saying this is the dogfighter?
This is the dogfighter. The F-15 Eagle is a dogfighter as well. But this is the airplane that was developed specifically for what we call the clear air dogfight, where you engage another pilot visually and attempt out maneuvering. If you can watch carefully, you see the mist coming up the top of the wing.
There they are. They're cheering again.
Yeah, they're really enjoying this airplane. And it's certainly one of the finest air show airplanes you could ever hope to watch. It has more thrust than weight. That's critical, more thrust than weight.
Yes.
So this aircraft will actually accelerate supersonic going straight up.
While going up, yes, and I've experienced that.
That's when you were turned inside out.
Now look at the way this guy turns just on a dime. It's got side stick controllers. The pilot is reclining in a couch, as you know, Gary.
He is flying by wire, as you know. And there's a handle inside, and all you have to do is think about moving that handle. Any small pressure turns the plane, and they told me when I was in there, treat it rough. This is a durable fighter.
Absolutely.
And just cut it loose and let her go.
Yeah, you can see as the aircraft pulls real hard, the moisture builds up on top of the wing because of the low pressure that's being generated, and it produces a terrific effect. And every time he's going straight and level, you won't see it. But when he pulls hard, when he's really pulling, you'll see the mist come off both wings on the inboard portion of the wings. Look at him go.
And in a turn at that speed, how many G's is he taking, Jack?
You can pull 9 G's.
Yes, I know.
Now, you did it.
I did it.
I did it. It is something I don't. Now look at that. Look at the moisture come off the wings again.
And that would be 9 times
Well,
the force of gravity?
He's probably not pulling quite that hard, but I would say close to it, maybe 7.
And how do
7
you
or 8.
feel during that?
You feel awful. Now,
you feel like 9 times your body weight is pressing down on you. And then you feel like you're going to go right through the bottom of the plane.
So you come out as silly putty. So that's how you feel. But you condition yourself with this. All these guys are athletes at heart. Smoking and drinking is pretty much a thing of the past. You really condition yourself like an athlete to fly this airplane. This was the airplane the Air Force did not want when it was first offered.
And why was that?
It was too simple. Didn't have enough gadgets in it. And it took the Secretary of Defense at the time, Jim Schlesinger, to shove it down the Air Force's throat and say, you will buy this plane because we need more simpler, less expensive airplanes, which has proved to be a brilliant idea because now our Air Force is built around this airplane. We cannot afford airplanes that are that much more expensive.
My experience was the pilots absolutely loved it also.
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely a pilot's airplane in every sense of the word. You're sitting in a huge bubble, reclined in a seat, 2 side stick controllers. It's kind of the world's most expensive video game.
Yeah, it's a video. It is. It's exactly like there is a surreal aspect of flying it.
Absolutely. And look at the maneuverability. You can see that an F-16 pilot rarely ever gets beat in a dogfight. You can see why. He can really yank that thing around.
What is the firepower of this
You've
jet?
got 2 AIM-9 heat-seeking missiles. They can also carry Sparrow missiles, Maverick air-to-ground missiles. Look at that moisture again. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And of course, it's a 20 millimeter cannon, which fires 6,000 rounds a minute. Same cannon in the F-18, the F-15. And fortunately, we're looking at this entire air show demonstration. That's exactly what we ought to be doing. The airplane is so mesmerizing, and the camera work you're doing here is terrific. It's absolutely wonderful. Look how mean that thing looks. The thing that's difficult to appreciate if you're not here is the sound. You feel it in your chest.
Right. I was just thinking, I hope everyone can get at least a little bit of this sound because that is part of the exhilarating part of this aircraft. Is it's so loud and so piercing.
Exactly.
You can't help but pay attention, take notice.
And you'll see other fighters doing the same. The F-15.
Jeff, do you think this generation of fighter aircraft can be improved upon? Are there other things, do you believe, on the drawing board now that will eventually surpass this one?
My personal opinion is probably not. I think we've reached, you can do things with stealth, and you can do things with missile technology, but aircraft themselves are truly now outperforming the pilot. We've come to the point where we were almost killing the guy inside with the G's. They're talking about full body G suits now instead of the one you wore at the bottom and your waist and down. You just can't. Pretty soon, if you put it around his neck, you're going to choke him. You know, the G suit. That's the pressure device that keeps the blood in the top of his head. So you can't do a lot more than this. And combat does not happen supersonically. So supersonic speed is never needed, other than just maybe a dash. To get away from an enemy aircraft. So it's going to be very difficult to improve. They've just taken the B-52 and decided they're going to push it to the year 2040.
Oh, wow.
Which gives it a service life of 85 years, which is the history of flight at this point.
Yeah.
And we will be back with more of the F-16 jet fighter right after this.
Zambelli sets the record straight about rumored drinking and drugs, plus his friend in France and a soap punk striptease on ET.
Monday at 7 on WHAS 11. When severe weather threatens, the news channel is on the air with expanded storm team coverage.
About 5.5 hours of severe weather, and we've been right there with you.
Weather coverage you can count on from Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
You're watching Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
I remember little Jenny learning to swim. I also remember showing her parents how to care for their pool. I'm a BioGuard authorized dealer. They told me I made their pool one of life's simple pleasures, like when I helped get their water in shape for Jenny's Sweet 16 party. Look at that water sparkle. I think I'm as proud of it as they are of Jenny. Thanks to BioGuard.
Make your pool a simple pleasure. Dee's Crafts takes off its hat to spring and then puts it back on. Dee's has hats for you to decorate. Or pick out a hat and decorations and we'll do it for you. Bring in your old hat and give it a new look for this year's outfit. The possibilities are endless and so are the styles. Tip a new hat and celebrate spring in style at any of Dee's Crafts 4 locations.
It's time for another Great American Ford Sales Event update. I can't believe they're doing it again. Now you can get up to $1,000 cash back on Ford Escort. Use the $1,000 as your down payment. Escort is priced hundreds less than Neon.
They're not doing it again. They're doing it again.
The 5th annual Great American Ford Sales Event is making the competition pretty worried.
Can't believe they're doing it again.
Don't miss out on your local Ford dealer's first big spring sales event. Save on your new Ford today.
Folks, 3 days. That means there's 3 days left to make an offer for fine furniture here at Henderson Hardy Furniture Center.
Folks, we are frantically trying to sell off all remaining inventory, and we're accepting offers left and right from people who have traveled from near and far. Bring your truck or U-Haul and we'll load it up for you. 3 days left to name your own price. No reasonable offer refused. Come see us at Henderson and Hardy Fine Furniture. We're at the Shepherdsville exit 117 off I-65, just 14 miles south of Louisville International. This is your last chance to save. Only 3 days left to Henderson and Hardy. Don't miss this fabulous going out of business sale.
And welcome back to Thunder over Louisville. You are watching right now slow motion of the F-16 jet fighter. We wanted to show you this in slow motion so you can capture it and hear it. Listen to that.
Another pass. Now we're hearing this tremendous, Thunder really living up to its name here, Jeff. But when you're inside the cockpit, it's remarkably quiet.
Totally quiet.
Yeah.
Totally quiet. You're in an air-conditioned atmosphere, pressurized. It's very nice, actually.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way to fly a fighter.
And it's like sitting in a recliner in a rocking chair, and you've got this one little thing in your right hand that you're flying the plane with, and your dials are there, and just relax, sit back, and take it easy because you're going 1,000 miles an hour.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And you heard a few of the people clapping here, and they have been oohing and ahhing and applauding the F-16.
I wish the pilot could hear the applause, but he's just up there probably just cooling out.
I'm sure he must know that was pretty cool. And another cool place to have watched all this is Ashland Park. That's where our Donna Lacey is right now. Donna?
Donna Lacey is trying to catch her breath right now after that F-16 flew over. What an exciting thing to watch. A lot of folks here, everybody just got quiet and started watching that thing. I want to take you all to an interesting place to see how people felt about this. We're in the Thunderpot land, and you got a nice show while you're waiting to use the Thunderpot. What do you think about the F-16?
Oh, it's neat. I've never been here before. This is my first Thunder over Louisville. I really like it.
Kind of noisy, though, huh?
Yeah, and I thought it might bother my little one, but it hasn't at all. She's really enjoying it.
What about you, young man? Did you hear the F-16? What did you think?
Well, it was real loud and stuff, but it's all right. I was holding my ears.
Did you watch it? Was it exciting to watch?
Yeah, but when it left the clouds, I couldn't find out where it went.
Kind of hard to keep an eye on, huh?
Yeah.
Might be hard to keep an eye on, but boy, when it came by, it was just stupendous to watch. Anyway, I'm sure that our Chuck Olmsted has a little better view than the Thunder Pots down here, and he's up at Sky 11 with an update on the traffic. Chuck?
Well, we've been memorized just watching the F-16 like so many people down below, including the armada of boats that have been kept at a safe distance, as well as the very healthy crowd of thousands lining the Indiana shore right now, thrilled by the roar, the sound, and sights of those fabulous pilots like the F-16 we just watched. This is actually one of the best viewpoints to see all of it, with the backdrop of the city of Louisville skyline. Not unexpectedly, we'll have thousands and thousands of more as we head towards nighttime and the fireworks display. And as you can see right now, though, there's a pretty good showing of people planning to spend many hours here enjoying the sights and sounds. In fact, I can see in the distance here one of the Apaches coming in right now. Got a lot of work during the Gulf War, of course. In fact, one of our pilots, Bob Poe, is also an Apache pilot. Fabulous maneuver here. I could watch this all day long, and thousands are planning to do just that as we continue to watch the aerobatics. I want to thank our pilot, Bob Poe, for not doing a maneuver like that here at Sky 11. And he's nodding his head that, well, we'll leave it to the pros. As we continue to watch the Apache and take one more look over to the crowd that's also mesmerized, as thousands of us have been in the past hour or two. We'll continue to give aerial views as the minutes go on, and back to you, gang.
Incidentally, our helicopter pilot, Sky 11 pilot Bob Poe, is a pro. He is also in the reserve and flies, I believe, this exact kind of helicopter when he is on active duty. Is that correct?
Not with us, however.
Yeah,
yes,
not
with us.
But
Bob takes good care of all of us when we are in the air with Sky 11.
We only have one thing. That's always keep us upright when we're in Sky 11. Especially me.
The Apache is quite a deadly machine. It's really an F-16 with a rotor blade. It's got all that technology, costs about the same amount of money, $20 million. Has Hellfire missiles, which can hit tanks. Infrared night vision goggles. I've flown this aircraft, and it is quite impressive. You can actually put the infrared over your face, and it will impress across in front of you in the dark what's really there. Mountains, trees.
We're looking at something that's rotating on the front end there.
Yes, that is the infrared, forward-looking infrared FLIR that the pilot hooks to his helmet, and he moves his head. This looks around to give him vision at night. It's also the targeting system for the missiles. So that front gadget at the front is quite expensive. That's really the heart of the aircraft as far as its attack capability. And it's a deadly, deadly machine. Did very well in Desert Storm. Came across as much as the A-10 did as a great attack aircraft. The Apache was the first aircraft into combat in the war.
As you can see, the backdrop on all of these aircraft, the sky is just a beautiful blue right now, just incredible. And Chuck Taylor is going to continue to update our weather forecast when we come back. Watching the air show right now, waiting for the fireworks. Our coverage continues right after this.
Destroying more enemy armor.
Kentucky Derby Festival event you've been waiting for is finally here. Join the news channel's Gary Rodemeyer and Melissa Swan with wall-to-wall exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville. It's spontaneous combustion, all live. It's Thunder. Tonight at 8:30 here on WHAS 11.
Brett Butler's tormented life before Grace Under Fire.
I damn near didn't make it out of there.
An exclusive next Oprah.
Monday at 4 on WHAS 11.
Pay no interest for 12 months and pay only $10 a month at Evans Furniture and Carpeting's in-store warehouse sale. This is our semi-annual clearance event, so you can count on gigantic savings on a huge selection of furniture, carpet, and bedding. All of our finest name brands will be on sale at prices you won't be able to resist. Plus, you pay no interest for 12 months and pay only $10 a month. If you miss this sale, you'll have to wait 6 months before you see savings like this again at the in-store warehouse sale now at Evans Furniture and Carpeting.
Captain D's introduces a new taste that has people talking.
That's mighty fine, y'all.
New Orleans-style dinners.
You better hold on to something.
something when you eat that. Tender fillets and juicy shrimp in a new breading with a lemony hint and a peppery kick. A real New Orleans accent.
That's some good, yeah?
3 new meals served with all the fixins, and they start at just $3.49.
Best doggone thing you ever have, I guarantee.
The New Orleans-style dinners at Captain D's. Dive in.
Woo, doggies, that's good.
In the South, communication has always been a way of life. So it came as no surprise when they chose to hold the first Olympic Games of the new information age right here. And Bell South is busy preparing for what should be one of the greatest events ever undertaken. Bell South, the communications company of the South.
The new Simplicity lawn tractor has an accelerator like your car. You may even say it drives like a car. When you turn on a dime, when you encounter a rough road, when you power uphill or down, and when you find the handy extras. So when you see this, you'll know what to do. The lawn tractor that drives like a car. From Simplicity. It's that simple.
See Decoff Mower Sales and Service in North Vernon or the Mower Shop in Louisville.
And it takes over 1,200 people to make all of this that we call Thunder over Louisville fly. And many of those people here work at the news channel.
Welcome back to our continuous live coverage. Brooke Willis now tells us the story of how we do all this.
14 cameras. We've been wiring this thing for a week.
It may not look like much, but this production truck's where all the cable and camera signals come before the Thunder Show ever shines across your TV screen.
There's about 25,000 feet of cable strung out across the waterfront and up the side of the golf house and up to the Belvedere and all over this place.
The DVE interface, too.
The monitors catch the signals from 14 cameras. There's even a helmet cam mounted on the top of a Skydiver. Technically, that's the toughest.
Because it gets nighttime or you can't tell this Skydiver from that Skydiver, but we usually manage to make it work.
On top of the Belvedere, the lights go up, the cameras focus, and they test the mics. This is where the anchors broadcast the show. Crane cam's also up here. This is where the camera operator's seat hangs high above the concrete. You like doing that?
I do, and it's kind of strange because I'm very chicken about stationary heights normally.
And you're not afraid of it.
I'm just a walking contradiction.
But none of this ever gets on TV without the director deciding which camera shots will pop up on your screen. Director Jim Grice ready to get punching. He's even memorized all the Thunder music to synchronize the camera shots with the show.
But I've been staying up till 3 and 3:30 every night.
Down at the truck, I'll be up in 5 minutes.
With just hours to go, the producers still making last-minute changes.
We all age a couple years every Thunder, but it's well worth it.
So let's get going. It's time for the Thunder Show of 1996. Brooke Willis, Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
Brooke Willis reporting, and of course, all of the people at Kentuckiana's News Channel doing all of these functions in addition to their normal jobs this time of year, so it's kind of a challenge, and they really do a wonderful job.
Terry Miners is up on the 24th floor of the Galt House in the command center, and he has with him some guy that a lot of people here on the Belvedere want to know more about. That's the guy you saw earlier who was hanging from the helicopter. Terry?
That's right, Melissa, and here he is, this maniac. I was sitting there having a few pretzels a few minutes ago, and he said, yeah, we got talking. I said, you see that idiot out there hanging on the helicopter? He said, yeah, I saw him. I'm him. Hi, Royce Barr. Hi. How are you?
Excellent.
What's the matter with you, first off? Is there a metal plate in here somewhere?
There should be.
All right, do you have any insurance?
I bought a brand new truck and insured that.
So at least you can collect on something. They're showing the transfer of you from the steerman to the helicopter right now. And what goes through your mind right when you're reaching for the skids here?
Well, everything's intense. You're focused on what you have to do and nothing else.
How long can you hold on to that skid? It seemed like forever.
I don't know. I've never dropped, so I don't know how long, but about 5 minutes, you're pretty tired.
Yeah, don't ever lose your grip and wear scuba gear next time. All right, back downstairs to you.
Thanks, Terry. We'll be back with more Thunder in just a moment. Stay with us.
Hey, K-Man, where do hoop dreams come true?
April 22nd and 23rd at Freedom Hall.
The WHAS 11 Derby Festival Basketball Classic.
Monday night at 7:30, it's Night of the Future Stars, your chance to mix and mingle with the nation's best high school basketball players.
Meet and greet some of the future stars of your favorite team. Then on Tuesday night, watch the players square off for the big game at 7:30.
The WHAS 11 Derby Festival Basketball Classic, Monday and Tuesday at Freedom Hall.
Where hoop dreams come true.
Problem. You could have used some better advice on your last outdoor project, not to mention better lumber. Solution? Go to Lowe's. Because Lowe's experts can show you the right way to complete any outdoor project. With free computer deck design, the finest lumber and brand name tools, Lowe's has everything you need to get the job done right. Plus, nobody beats Lowe's prices, guaranteed. So to really get a jump on your next outdoor project, go to Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows outdoor projects.
In the South, where communication is a way of life, every age seems to be the information age. In our quiet conversations and rich tales, told with such passion, by a people as different as the South itself. So it didn't surprise us when they chose to hold the first Olympic Games of the new information age right here. After all, this is the home of one of the world's leading telecommunications companies. A company that right now is busy preparing for what promises to be one of the greatest events ever undertaken. Bell South, the communications company of the South.
It took sparks of imagination, technology, and engineering to build the car that would best the Honda Accord. The result? Chrysler Cirrus. With more horsepower, more standard features like air and ABS, and more passenger and cargo space. When you set a new standard, you expect a reaction. And at this price, we're sure to get one.
From the leader in television news, this is a special Thunder edition of Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And welcome to our special live edition of Kentuckiana's News Channel at 6 o'clock on a Saturday night, Thunder over Louisville. I'm Gary Rodemeyer, along with Melissa Swan. Welcome back to our continuing coverage, now entering its third hour.
And if you're just joining us, we want to tell you what is coming up here at 6 o'clock. First of all, Sky 11 has your exclusive view of the masses flocking to this year's Thunder over Louisville. We will show you where you can view the fireworks. Plus, see the air show as it happens. You can hear some of that behind us now. And then later, he will actually attend a wedding made on the 2nd Street Bridge. We've been telling you a little bit about that this week. We will have the wedding live on the 2nd Street Bridge. That's sometime after 7 o'clock this evening.
What are we hearing now? It sounds like opera music. Sounds like Wagner, doesn't it?
It is Wagner.
and some Apache helicopters in the background, which brings us to our aviation expert for today, Jeff Ethel. And Jeff, thanks so much for being with us. You add so much to our continuing coverage here.
Pleasure.
What are we seeing in the background now?
The Apache helicopters are basically showing you a tactical formation for decimating either an enemy tank concentration or something like that. So you're getting a good idea of what these guys did in the Gulf, the kind of formations they flew. A very deadly helicopter. And the reason they're playing Wagner is it's out of Apocalypse Now, so that's unfortunately it'll always be stuck with a helicopter now.
Thunder over Louisville has a Hollywood theme tonight, so it's very, very appropriate. These warships, as you indicated, are more like F-16s, but with a rotor blade. They're right. really fast and powerful and packed with a punch.
Yeah, they have an enormous amount of technology aboard. The Hellfire missile is laser designated, so it flies down a laser beam to its target, and very little can withstand the impact of a Hellfire missile. You have 2 people aboard. One is a gunner who operates the weapon systems. The other is a pilot. And if you'll notice, the gun swivel on the bottom of the aircraft. You look at it real carefully. See it? All he has to do is move his head. That's how he targets the gun. He doesn't switch anything. He just moves his head around and pushes a firing button, which is an amazing piece of technology. That means that whatever your eye sees, there actually is a crosshair over your eye. You just fire and you've got it.
There was something interesting on the PA system that a lot of people on the Belvedere are hearing. And one of the announcers says, you know, we're not trying to glamorize war. We're not here, but we want to show you the incredible technology. And I am amazed, not knowing that much about the technology of all these various aircraft, that so many things are done and the sophistication.
That's right.
In these vehicles.
The technology pretty much eliminates a lot of the variables, wind, difficulty of locating a target. Those kinds of things are all solved a great deal by technology, but it's still the two brains aboard the aircraft that make the difference. The technology really is not very useful without somebody to make the decisions. And during the Gulf War, we had a lot of trouble trying to sort out friend from foe, so it really is the guy inside who has to make the decision.
And basically here what we're talking about is the technology used to defend the country. If these guys don't do their job, Saddam is in southern Jefferson County.
That's right. Exactly. Well, the sad thing is that during wartime, we always consider the warriors to be anachronisms. We put them away. We don't. You know, they're the kind who will be a little loud, a little boastful, whatever. Then in wartime, we desperately go look for them. So we really do need these guys to be ready at any time. And, you know, the U.S. just is not an imperialistic nation. It just doesn't go and occupy territory and keep it. It leaves. And, you know, one observer from England said that the U.S. is totally different than anybody else who goes to war. They go to war like they're going to work. They don't really want to go, but they go. And then when they go, they want to get it over with and get home. They do not want to keep the territory. They do not want to be policemen. So that's just, I think it's so true. And we need to realize we are just not out there to conquer other countries. We're to keep the peace.
Speaking of helicopters, let's go to Chuck Olmsted, who is aloft tonight in Sky 11, looking at this and everything else that's happening in the downtown area. Chuck?
Hi again, Gary. Let's take a look down at the traffic, the Kennedy Bridge. Traffic coming across from Indiana, getting heavier. Maybe a lot of folks trying to get a good vantage point. Coming across the other way, relatively moderate as we look at the assemblage of people that are gathered to enjoy the fun this afternoon. Great weather compared to last year, if you remember, shivering in the 40s. Today, the only shivering is as you see these gigantic aircraft go by as we try to get a look anyhow at the Apache, part of the squadron that's been giving some of the aerial displays just past few minutes or so. You can't quite see it, but let's take a look over in the Belvedere area, which is rapidly starting to fill up with more and more people as the fireworks set to begin at dusk, and more aircraft still on tap for the thousands that are assembled on both sides of the river. Traffic on 71, 64, and 65 expect some delays coming in, about 15 minutes, but they'll get in. Authorities are urging people to use some of the municipal parking garages and walk. Many are taking advantage of it. Others are parking at other facilities and making their way in on this an absolutely gorgeous day. Back to you, folks.
Thank you very much, Chuck Olmsted. It is an absolutely gorgeous day, and we're looking at this an incredible phenomenon of the helicopter just hovering over the center of the river.
They are vibrating like thunder, too, aren't they? They really are.
Let's go now to Donna Lacey, who is down there in the crowd. Donna?
Listen, we're running out of green space here in Ashland Park in Clarksville. It has nothing to do with urban sprawl. It's people sprawling all over the place. People on the hill here of the flood wall to my left. People to my right standing around. People sitting around in their lawn chairs and on their blankets. And right now, they've got quite an eyeful to see. The Apache helicopter is hovering right overhead here in Ashland Park. But, you know, a lot of people here have been here overnight since early morning waiting for thunder, and we got a view of what they were doing earlier to pass the time.
Where you headed today, sir?
The first thing you do to pass the time, reluctantly, is wait in traffic.
All you can do is pay to park right there at Hardee's and walk over.
You never can get where you want to get, can't go where you want to go. But do folks mind the hassle?
Oh, it's definitely worth it. The fireworks tonight is definitely worth it. It's the most awesome thing I've ever seen.
On the Indiana side, folks have waited as long as they've waited. On the Kentucky side for thunder, they eat, sleep, play a little cards, anything to pass the time.
We're having a good time. We're always here in the same spot.
The last 5 years, 4 years, however many years it's been.
You play games, you play Nintendo, you read, you do whatever, waiting for the thunder to rain down.
Whatever it takes.
Is it well worth it?
Yeah, very much so. We come from Wisconsin for this every year. It's our 3rd year.
Yes, they come from Wisconsin, they come from Pennsylvania, they've come from Maryland, Ohio. We've met people from all over the place coming out here to see the air show and to see Thunder over Louisville. It has definitely become a national event. Well, that's the scene from here. We now go to Julie Koenig, who I believe is in Jeffersonville at Towboat Annie's. Julie?
Thank you very much, Donna. You know, talk about ways to pass time before the fireworks. We're eating here. I think we've been eating all day long, and the food is so great, why not? Check this out. Is this not a sweet place to see the fireworks? Get to have a little salad here, a little iced tea. You guys, what do you think of the food and the view? Great. She's overwhelmed. She's speechless. See, we have all these lovely tables out here, some in the shade, some in the sun. And this is the woman we have to thank. She's a wonderful hostess. This is Annie of Towboat Annie's. Annie, how many people, how many guests do you have here today?
Just short of 400 are right here on the boat.
And it probably doesn't take much time to feed 400 people, does it?
Oh, no. They just come in and they know the program because they've been here for so many years. It's kind of a piece of cake. Everybody knows what to expect, so it's real easy.
I know a lot of folks would love to be here next year for Thunder. Is there any chance they can do that?
Call me and we'll put you on our waiting list. Year 2025.
So maybe by the time we're ready to retire, we can be here, huh?
Yeah, probably. I think that I'd get down on the waiting list to the 900th person at that time. Nobody budges. It's worse than a derby seat. They won't give them up.
And just as valuable. Thank you very much, Annie, for the food and everything. And we're having a great time over here, just waiting for the fireworks. We'll pitch it back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Julie. And there you're still watching that Apache out over the Ohio River. I guess, Gary, if we weren't working, we'd have a hard time getting a good seat to see this.
I know that. So what we're going to do now is show you some of the best places to where there still might be a seat for Thunder over Louisville. It's filling up fast down here, but after all, it's a long riverbank. So let's take a look. On the Kentucky side of the river, seating begins between 9th and 10th Streets and stretches all the way to the Kennedy Bridge. So if you can see on the diagram there are plenty of places to stand, sit, or stretch out. No one is allowed along the future waterfront park area. That area now, of course, is under construction, and in the future, it's going to be great for Thunder. In Indiana, southern Indiana crowds are forming from the Kennedy Bridge to the edge of Ashland Park. That is great viewing from there.
And so far, the weather has been wonderful for this air show this afternoon. Let's check in now with Chuck Taylor. He has been here literally all night. I'm not sure if Chuck got a nap this morning or not, but I certainly hope so. He followed that severe weather that began about 1 a.m. and followed it all during the night, and now he is here to give you your thunder forecast. Chuck, are you sleepy?
I did get a little bit of a nap, Melissa, but I'm glad to report we don't have to worry about any thunderstorm activity now. There have been a few isolated storms to our east and north. A quick look at NextRad shows things pretty well clear right now. And once again, it looks like super weather ahead. Well, in Louisville right now, with bright sunshine, the temperature is at the day's high of 75. The only problem is that west wind at 16 miles an hour, and you can see it is relatively mild and pleasant throughout the entire region. Now, for the fireworks display tonight, it will be fair to partly cloudy. Temperatures during the fireworks will be in the mid-60s. It will be a little breezy, but not too bad at all. Then later on tonight, a low of 52. Tomorrow, a few thunderstorms and a better chance of thunderstorms coming in tomorrow night and Monday. Beth Andrews has been out on the Belvedere enjoying this beautiful weather, and here's the latest from Beth.
And out here, it is still a fabulous day. We could not ask for any better. We're up here in the bleachers, which are pretty prime spots. Anywhere you can find seating is pretty much a prime spot. And I immediately spotted Michael here because he has extraordinarily good taste in football teams. Go Cowboys. But Michael, I know you are a big, not only a fan of planes, but you actually know a lot about them. Which has been your favorite so far?
The F-16.
Why do you like that one so much?
Because it's loud and it goes really fast and it's a fighter.
I would say it is extremely loud, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Now, don't tell me you weren't shocked when that flew over our heads.
I was shocked.
I jumped about 10 feet. So you're having fun out here today and got a good seat for it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Michael. And we're going to just step on down the bleachers a little bit, and got a lot of folks down here who are watching. And in fact, you know, I've been talking to some of these folks throughout the afternoon, and I've met one girl who is bound and determined that she wants my job. Now, Laura, I know that you found the F-16 just a little bit loud, didn't you?
It was loud and I hold my ears like this. Now back to Melissa and Gary.
Back to you, Melissa and Gary.
Now back to Melissa and Gary. Ooh,
Well,
you
she
better
does
watch
that. She does that very well, doesn't she?
She does quite well.
Well, believe it or not, there is other news going on in our community today. In fact, plenty of storm damage from
That's
this
right.
morning.
And a lot of you know that. A lot of you were, as I was, up during the night watching the news channel while they were tracking that storm. And Jeff Lipson is back in our studios now with today's news. Jeff?
All right, thanks very much, Gary, Melissa. Tornadoes and not thunder is at the top of many people's minds this evening. When we come back, we'll show you the incredible damage caused by last night's storms.
Aren't you tired of that pig?
Who, me?
I have needs too, you know. I've got this pain.
I know a good acupuncture doctor.
For animals?
Yeah, or if you're in need of a psychiatrist.
For pets? I want to be a TV star. I'm so beautiful.
Girlfriend, I've got a place for you.
Do your pets live the life of luxury? Watch Pets Are People Too, Wednesday at 7:30 on WHAS 11.
That pig is working my last good nerve. Oink.
What can you get for $69.95 at Kentucky Kingdom?
A whole summer's worth of thrills.
Elevator.
T2. Vampire.
Of course, our favorite, Hurricane Bay.
And what do you get for free?
Tubes. No charge for tubes.
Not a penny. All the rides.
Plus Friday night dances.
And Holostream.
All for just $69.95.
And don't forget, the tubes are free.
Zero. Only at the thrill park. Kentucky Kingdom.
Hurry, limited time offer.
City street, back road, works hard, heavy load, smooth ride, fun drive, more room inside.
Sonoma from GMC. Now with $600 cash back or special financing on most models, plus a factory bed liner at no extra charge with any new Sonoma at your Kentuckiana GMC dealer. Sloan, Cross, Sand Slope, and Brinkhouse GMC.
Want to save like never before? At Furniture Showroom's floor sample clearance sale, you'll see over $2 million of fine furniture drastically reduced. You want selection? You got it. You want savings? Try 30, 40, 50, even 60% off. Plus, get 6 months free financing. Why even bother to shop anywhere else? Come to our floor sample clearance sale going on right now at Furniture Showrooms in Middletown. You'll like what you see. You'll love what you save.
Over the last 5 years, it's been the most prescribed medicine of its kind in the world. On April 23rd, it's finally available without a prescription for heartburn. Zantac 75, coming April 23rd.
Welcome back to our abbreviated news segment here on Thunder over Louisville. The conditions were ripe last night in Kentuckiana. A cold front moving through some warm, humid air. What we got was absolutely devastating. Thunderstorms and tornadoes ripping from southern Indiana into Kentucky. The destruction was overwhelming, and it was all over. Things weren't where they should have been in Kentuckiana overnight. Rooftops and yards, insulation in the trees. Things weren't as they should have been in Kentuckiana shortly after midnight. Not at all.
It was just like everything stood still.
Afterwards, there was nothing to do but pick up the mess. There were 21 tornado touchdowns in Indiana. At least one hit Floyd County near Greenville. When the sun rose, Sky 11 showed us how much was gone. A house southwest of Greenville. A mobile home flattened not too terribly far away. This was Cindy Smith's home. 5 people were inside around 1 a.m.
It was like a, I don't know, bomb or something went off and it just blew up. Pieces were going everywhere.
Smith says it's a miracle they all survived. She broke an elbow covering her youngest child as a wall collapsed on top of them.
She was trying to take care of her kids. I said, you know, a mother will do anything to take care of their kids.
Yeah, I had to. You know, just if I didn't, you know, she'd have really gotten hurt.
2 years ago, her trailer burned. Now this. The storms crossed the river into Kentucky. Bullitt County near Mount Washington felt the wind and woke up to destruction. Taylor County too, and also LaRue. The night before thunder over Louisville, there was plenty of thunder to go around. Now, luckily, no one was badly hurt in these storms overnight. No cost figure yet on all of the damage. Now, our viewer net stations set up across Indiana and Kentucky collected a lot of data on last night's storms, and for more on how much wind and rain we actually got last night in certain areas, let's check in with Chuck Taylor in the Storm Center. Chuck?
Jeff, conditions were quite variable. Some of the heaviest rain occurred just to the north of Louisville and in the west end of Louisville. Let's start out and show you the peak conditions at Silver Creek High School in Sellersburg. Now, they had 1.18 inches of rain in a very short period of time, and they had damaging winds there. In fact, winds peaked at about 55 miles an hour. In Oldham County, they got a real soaking, but not as bad as Sellersburg. Total rain there about an inch, 0.98. The peak winds, 42 miles an hour. Now, at Southern High School, a little less rain. They had 78/100ths of an inch, and winds there only peaked at 38 miles an hour. At Young Elementary School in the west end of Louisville, again, a real soaking, 1.18 inches of rain, and the top winds were about 37 miles an hour. Here in downtown Louisville, our WeatherNet, our ViewerNet location showed winds in excess of about 40 to 50 miles an hour as those very powerful storms moved through. So once again, the ViewerNet has helped us out in pinpointing where the worst weather has been.
All right, thanks so much, Chuck. Good tool. Appreciate it. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, a family in southern Indiana is counting their blessings tonight. Their home was crushed by the force of the tornado. They were still inside. As photojournalist Phil Dunaway shows us, they are thankful to be alive.
Yeah, there's a few things we can get, you know, here and there.
Lacey's Life right there, their movies. You know, they have to have their movies. I don't know if that's coming in good or not.
I don't know what to do, but anything I do, holler. I help out any way we can.
It's just like the trailer was bouncing, and it just seemed like it just exploded. I mean, it just literally felt like it exploded. We was just standing here and we heard a roaring noise coming, and we tried to get the kids and get out. We couldn't. It was just like it just exploded.
It's awful. I just think it's a trailer that it's 1 minute it's gone. I don't know. It's awful. I know you don't think people have this happening around here, but it does, or to your family.
I had my one little baby, and the other one was going after her daddy. She was the first one out. I was looking for her, and my brother, he got up. He said, I got her, she's out here. And I had the littlest one underneath me because I tried to get down on the floor to keep her from, getting hurt. And she didn't, she didn't get hurt as bad as I thought she was going to, but it really scared me, But there's only so much we could have done.
Huh? You all were lucky.
Yeah, I prayed the whole time. I was like, God, just be with me. He was with me. He was with me.
This isn't the first time that the Smiths have dealt with this type of destruction. A couple of years ago, their trailer burnt to the ground. Like then, they say they'll just start over again. The Red Cross is doing what it can to help some of the victims of last night's storms. The emergency response vehicle is now in Bullitt County, where close to 120 homes were damaged last night. The response vehicle will be on hand to make sure that residents will get a good meal while they deal with picking up the pieces of their life. The Red Cross says it will assess the situation in other cities across the state before making any further assistant decisions. We want to turn now to a different type of storm and thunder over Louisville. Crowds started to gather early this afternoon trying to get the best seats, and we want to show you some time-lapse pictures as the crowd grows each hour to see how the masses have grown in total. And as you can see right now, things are quite full right down by the river. Let's go upstairs, far upstairs. Let's take a live look right now from Sky 11, and there's Chuck Olmstead talking about the traffic moving into downtown Louisville. Chuck, how's it look?
Oh, it's doing good up here, but we do have one trouble spot. Let's look here at inbound 64. Just about at the Melwood exit, you'll see slow-moving traffic. There is a accident, hopefully not an injury accident, but an accident that slowed traffic to one lane. Louisville police are obviously already at the scene. Elsewhere, as we pivot over and look towards Spaghetti Junction, traffic moving very well. 65, both ways, the delays we experienced earlier are through. Traffic going across the bridge, of course, over to Indiana. They expect some delays of a few minutes, but other than that, pretty good. A lot of people are already in position. In fact, as we back up here and look down along River Road, you can see the numbers of people, cars parked, and they're ready to enjoy hours more of thunder over Louisville as they're picking out their favorite camping place, some tents down below, lots of people trying to make a picnic out of it, and who can blame them with beautiful weather and warm temperatures. It's a day and expected to be a night of pure bliss as we look down at River Road now. More people coming in, of course. Expect some delays and also expect to do some walking. Use the parking garages if you can. River Road partially blocked off, as well as many major access roads into the city right now. That's the scene. Back to you, gang.
All right, thanks so much, Chuck Olmstead, with no traffic problems of his own tonight. In a moment, Kerry Kinsey will have our sports report. Then we'll return to Thunder 96.
If you're going to talk the talk,
have you personally ever been offered a bribe? Absolutely not.
you better walk the walk.
After he takes the money, why was it never reported?
He's in the know. He's got the sources. He puts the facts on the line.
This is such a political hot potato.
When it's on a need-to-know basis, the News Channel's Mark Hebert thinks you need to know. First, On the Mark. Investigative coverage you can count on. Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
Day one, in a makeshift canoe, Jim tries to summon the island orangutan. Hello! With little success. Day two, after a breakfast of bangers and biscuits, we wait in silence. Day three, a rustle behind us. Our guests, a passing family of spoonbills. Alas, all hope of an island encounter is lost.
Hey, the easiest way to see island animals is to visit the island's exhibit at the Louisville Zoo.
We never did see the elusive island orangutan, yet I stayed on, living with the spoonbills. Jim vanished, but sometimes I can almost hear him in the night.
Looking for extraordinary savings on carpet? Come to Evans Furniture and Carpeting's warehouse sale. Our warehouse is filled with quality carpet, so we're pricing it to sell. Like Anso's All-Star Heavy-Duty Textured Carpet, just $12.77 installed with pad, available in decorator colors. Or Quality Berber, only $13.77 installed with Berber pad, plus pay no interest for 12 months. That's right, no interest for 12 months. And only Evans offers a 30-day customer satisfaction replacement guarantee. So come to the warehouse sale now at Evans Furniture and Carpeting.
Problem. Bad advice can send your spring lawn and garden project out of control. Solution?
Hi, Bob.
Go to Lowe's, where you'll find certified lawn and garden experts who can show you how to make your landscaping project a success. With the hardiest trees and shrubs, as well as mowers and fertilizer, Lowe's has everything you need to get the job done right, and nobody beats Lowe's prices, guaranteed. So before you find yourself in over your head, go to Lowe's, because Lowe's knows lawns and gardens.
We at Papa John's are celebrating our 11th anniversary. And here's how we're saying thanks for making us America's fastest growing pizza company.
2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days only.
It's our anniversary. Join the celebration.
Remember, 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
The work continues as we count down to Derby 122. Hello, everybody. I'm Kerry Kinsey. 2 weeks from today, at about this same time, we will know the winner of the Kentucky Derby. That Louisville area tornado warning provided Churchill Downs with a cuppy trek this morning. One of the most impressive works today coming from Kentucky-based jockey Willie Martinez aboard Matty G right there. He did the first quarter in 23 3/5. Matty G galloped out 6 furlongs in 1:15 and some change. Well, trainer Dwayne Lucas is looking for some answers, and tomorrow's Grade 3 Lexington Stakes at Keeneland could provide a few of them. The Lexington will include the Lucas-trained Prince of Thieves, a respected Derby contender, which finished 6th in the Santa Anita Derby. But Dwayne really likes this horse.
Every time anybody's rode this horse in the morning or got on him and worked him, they've been very positive. Almost every exercise rider, or even Gary Stevens, who rode them all, always come back and say, you know, this is a dangerous horse. This horse can really run. So I think that he is a horse that could slip up on him, and it would not surprise me to see him win the whole thing.
Now this afternoon at Keeneland, it's the Ashland Stakes, precursor to the Oaks, 5 3-year-old fillies, going 1 mile and a 16th. Cara Raffaella is your leader, but watch My Flag.
Flag is gaining ground up on the outside. Now it's My Flag who just blows by Cara Raffaella at the 16th pole. My Flag drawing away Cara Raffaella second, but under the wire.
My Flag wins the Ashland impressively over Cara Raffaella. Mackey finishes a distant third. Good time for My Flag, 1:42 and 3. Oh, and there is other sports news other than horse racing today. It's the first round of the NFL draft, and here's how the top 5 went. The New York Jets with the first pick take Keyshawn Johnson, the wide receiver out of USC. No surprise there. Jacksonville gets linebacker Kevin Hardy. Phoenix likes Simeon Rice, also out of Illinois. The Baltimore Ravens take offensive tackle Jonathan Ogden out of UCLA. And the Giants pick Cedric Jones of Oklahoma. The Bengals take offensive lineman Willie Anderson out of Auburn. The Colts get Marvin Harrison, a speedy wide receiver out of Syracuse. New Miami coach Jimmy Johnson likes Darrell Gardner, a defensive tackle from Baylor. And no word yet on Mo Williams of Kentucky. He should go real soon.
We'll cross our fingers.
Yes, we will. Bluegrass Stakes winner Skip Away came into Churchill today. And I got to ask you about your Derby pick one time, Jeff Lipson.
Oh, yeah. I'm picking one of 20 horses that I'm assuming are going to make the field. Keep it safe. Thank you very much, Kerry Kinsey. Of course, Derby season begins with tonight's fireworks. And we want to go back with our best team to cover the fireworks, and usually the ones that pick the right horse on Derby Day. Gary, Melissa. Gary?
Well,
Gary's
the one who picks the right horse on Derby Day, I think. We are out here in fabulous, fabulous blue skies, and I had to put the sunglasses on much earlier today, started out without them, and said, no, that's not going to work because the sun is so bright. Gary didn't bring any, but you have acquired some.
I have a friend who is over hosting a party in the First National Tower. He was watching us here on Kentuckiana's news channel. He sent over, Tom Duddy, my friend Tom Duddy, sent over a pair of sunglasses. So I give him a plug. Tom, thank you very much. We're going to need these for about another hour or so until the sun goes down.
It is great out here.
I may need them during the fireworks, though, too, you know.
It'll be bright, honey. It'll be bright. And we want to go to Lisa Chiava. She is with a lot of folks. I'm sure that they have their, not only their sunglasses, but probably their sunscreen and a lot of other sun implements over there. Lisa?
Hi, Gary and Melissa. I want to give you an idea of how much the crowd has grown. It's incredible. I don't know where these people are coming from. They're just dropping them off in busloads and busloads, and the crowd keeps getting bigger. People are loving this air show. We wanted to find out what everyone's favorite act is. So here it goes.
F-16.
Helicopter.
F-16.
F-16.
I like the helicopter.
Helicopter.
Fighter jets. The F-16.
The Russian MiG. Yes.
The Apache. The Apache.
The F-16 fight.
I don't know. I hope somebody was keeping score back there. I think maybe it was a toss-up between the F-16 and the helicopter. I vote for the great weather. Gary, Melissa?
I think it's my vote, too, because a lot of people were very nervous about this weather today.
We understand there's a very interesting thing going on the riverfront. It involves the Belle of Louisville. And
there you see it right now.
Yeah, now that's a Humvee, which, of course, is the utility vehicle that's used by the Army. Now, they have constructed here this afternoon a pontoon bridge. They are connecting the pontoon bridge to the Venerable Lady of the Ohio, the Belle of Louisville, and they are about to transfer the Humvee to the Belle of Louisville, just to prove that they can do it.
Yes, Jeff Ethel is here with us. He's our aviation expert, but also...
Jeff, what do you know about Humvees?
Well, yeah, well, you know what? They designed that thing, and all of a sudden it wouldn't fit the transport airplane. So they didn't think much about airplanes when they made it. You know, that was to replace the Jeep. That was the whole idea.
But it turned out to be a lot bigger than the Jeep,
much
didn't it?
bigger, much more complex. It certainly will do a lot more than a Jeep will, but it's not quite as versatile, probably, as a Jeep was in World War II. But quite a vehicle. And you know, these bridges can go much further than this. This isn't just, they will take many of these links, 20, 30, 40, and they can ford a river this big with a pontoon bridge. So they're just showing you one link of it. See how it works? It just gets pushed in position, and then they'll link as many of those together as they need to.
Our producer was telling me that they're putting a Humvee on the Belle of Louisville, and I said, why? And he said, because they can.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the theme of the show today, just to show you everything that can be done. A lot of it we hope we don't have to use, but if we do, we're ready, and these vehicles are something that...
You know, what comes to mind here is you hope they get this off in time for the great steamboat race, so it won't add to the weight when it takes on the Delta Queen. I don't know if that's a problem or not.
But wasn't it Arnold Schwarzenegger who was the first person who kind of put Humvees on the map?
He ordered a personal Humvee, and I believe the Humvee factory, I don't know where that would be, but they made one for him. And then I think now that private individuals can buy them, can purchase them.
It's about a 60 grand purchase, but you can have one if you want it.
For Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's not
a big
lot
deal,
of money.
I suppose, is it?
I've often thought they would make a good news vehicle.
Just plow your way through.
One heck of a live truck.
We did have reports out of Eastern Kentucky during the snow this last winter, which was only a couple of days ago, I think. But this last winter, that in Eastern Kentucky, they had so much snow that the Humvees couldn't get back to some of the people.
Oh, is that right? Well, that says something, doesn't it?
Yes. You know, if you just take that picture, the frame that you're seeing there, you could, with the kind of muddy river, you could put that in almost any context and see that operation going on in any muddy river in the world now.
Yeah.
Not exactly here, but maybe in Bosnia or something. You know, they did construct one of these across one of those big rivers in Bosnia recently.
Yes, they did. They certainly did. And it was absolutely crucial. They're going an awful long way when you said that they're going to...
I think that was misinformation that they're going to the Belle. I think they must be headed...
I'll tell you what I think they may be doing. They may be taking it up there, and this will be the first link on that bridge that's going to be built in Prospect. The dreaded East End Bridge is headed up there. By the way, folks, you'll be able to cross into southern Indiana by about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
This is their notorious East End Bridge that isn't going to be built in the East End?
Yes, that's never going to be built in my lifetime. But
the last report we had was 12 more years for a bridge, no matter where it's going to be built.
That's on the best case scenario. So maybe we may need this before it's over. A couple of more links here, and we're ready to go.
You're all set.
Yes, we're told that the Humvee is not going aboard of the Belle of Louisville. That was bad information. We're not exactly sure where this Humvee is going to go.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do here. We'll take a break. We're going to try and find out where this Humvee is bound. And Thunder over Louisville will continue right after this.
From thunder in the sky to lightning on the track, the News Channel brings all the Derby events home to you. More than 40 hours of special programming. Find out what's on when. Pick up your free WHAS 11 Derby Viewer's Guide at Levy's and Allied Sporting Goods from your official Derby 122 station, WHAS 11. The merriment. The madness. The majesty. Nobody covers Derby Day like Kentuckiana's News Channel. Derby 122, live all day. Saturday, May 4th, here on WHAS 11.
Introducing the new Pepsi Stuff catalog. Now, the more Pepsi you drink, the more great stuff you're going to get.
Sure beats the bus.
Now it's your time. It's your style. When you get on your grand banner, ride, 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 ride.
Get a Grand Am with low 4.8% GMAC financing only through April 30th. See your Kentuckiana Pontiac Pack dealer today.
Smith's presents the Restonic Betting Blast. Thunderous price cuts are now yours on Restonic Betting, including marvelous middle sleep sets. Smith's ignites sizzling savings on all sizes. Kings, queens, fulls, and twins. Firm to super firm, this low price eruption is bigger and better than ever. And Smith's even fires off free delivery and setup for your new Restonic Betting. But hurry, because these explosive prices are for a limited time only. Who gives you bang-up Restonic bargains that thunder all over town? Smith's Furniture, Electronics, and Appliance. That's who.
I'm Jeff Greenberg, Vice President of Business Development at the Polo Fields.
And I'm Tara Bassett. Look for Jeff this week on Louisville's Best New Homes, Sunday at 1 p.m. on WHAS 11.
You're watching exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville on Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And welcome back, everyone, to our live exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville, 1996. There you see the Belle of Louisville, and you also see the incredible crowd that has gathered at the waterfront today. You're seeing that with our crane camera there. Thank you very much, Lynn Todd, as he comes around to our set. Gary Rodemeyer and Jeff Ethel with us tonight.
They say 500,000, but how can they count them?
I don't know.
I don't believe any of that stuff. I mean, you know, it might be a million.
I don't think it's a million, but we'll never know for sure if it's 500,000, 600,000, probably all of that. But we do know one person who is here high atop the Galt House Hotel is our Terry Miners. He's in the command center, and yes, they actually do let him near those buttons. Terry?
That's right. I'm close to them for the moment here. And by the way, Rodemeyer, we could have used one of those Humvees in New York City at the Final Four a few weeks ago. Then we would have put that thing to use in all that Manhattan traffic. Here's where they run the show up here. Wayne Hettinger's the producer, and Tim Creed, the director. Tim and I went to high school together, and he was a very quiet man. What went wrong? How have you changed so much that you're blowing up this whole city?
Well, the class of 75 had its share of nuts in it, you know. But anyway, I don't know.
You don't know what went wrong at some point. Last night, during the weather, we were all worried about what was going on up here, but you weren't home worried about your own house, right?
No, I actually did call home just to check on them, but no, we were out here, all of us on the balcony, holding the equipment down, looking down, watching the tents blow over, watching the tarps, making sure they'd stay on. It was pretty hectic.
Makes sense to me. All right, well, I'm glad you made it there, and you're doing well for us. Okay, Wayne, we have one surprise tonight, Wayne Hettinger, in terms of aircraft, right?
In terms of aircraft, the surprise we got the call from the B-1B, and as much as we've always been excited about it coming in, we were afraid they were going to call and say that it wasn't going to be able to make it. However, to our surprise, they're bringing two in, so this year we can expect to see two B-1B bombers come through.
They're gonna work both sides of the river tonight, folks. All right, let's go downstairs. I want to show you outside. We have a great view out here, and Barry Bernstein's been bragging about his view. I just step out on this balcony where everybody can see, and then we've got a panoramic view of it all. And you, Barry Bernstein, are on the 2nd Street Bridge.
Quite true, Mr. Miners. As a matter of fact, this year on the 2nd Street Bridge, or the George Rogers Clark Memorial Bridge, as it's formerly known, we're going to have something we've never had before during Thunder. We're going to have a wedding. Terry Moon and Jeff Ahurst met 3 years ago at a Thunder over Louisville. He was operating a searchlight. She was working on the crew. They fell in love, and guess what? Because they met at Thunder, they're going to get married during Thunder. And at about 8 o'clock tonight, ministers, music, organ music, the whole thing, guests, bridesmaids, although those are not the bridesmaids over there. We don't think. Those are inflatable Godzillas. More on them later. But there's going to be an actual wedding here on the bridge. I'm getting verklempt just thinking about it. Gary and Melissa, it's going to be a wonderful time, and we're going to be here to show it all to you.
And we're going to go to a break right now because this is an air show, and folks, there's nothing in the air right now, so we'll be back in a moment.
like to host a TV show, we'll let you come in and host an evening of Louisville Tonight Live. It gets even better, so that you don't miss any work.
All right.
Our co-host Kirby Adams and Bob Sokoler will work your job for you.
Tougher than it looks.
If you're interested, watch WHAS 11 weeknights at 7:30 for complete details on what to do to become a local celebrity. Then get all your friends to watch. It could be a start of a whole new career. Trading Places, coming soon to WHAS 11.
If you're a discriminating buyer looking for both quality and low prices, Watson's is the place to shop. At Watson's, you'll find premium Dimension 1 and leisure baseballs. Choose from 100 different sizes, shapes, and colors, featuring guaranteed low monthly operating costs, starting at $18.99. Plus, preseason savings on beautiful casual furniture. Choose from Malin, Homecrest, and more. Save 40% off on all in-stock and custom orders. Buy now, any size above-ground pool installed, $99. Plus, super low prices. 24-foot Capri pool package, $8.99 at Watson's.
We at Papa John's are celebrating our 11th anniversary. And here's how we're saying thanks for making us America's fastest growing pizza company. 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days only. It's our anniversary. Join the celebration. Remember, 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Judy, is this new carpet? I just had it installed. It's gorgeous. Where did you... Carpet Max. They had a tremendous selection, and they gave me an extra 10% off.
I guess we'll have to wait until one of us gets a raise before we can afford new carpet.
Oh, no. Look, Carpet Max will give you 12 months, no payments, no interest, just like they did us. Judy, what's that? That's a new Sony surround sound home entertainment system. You can win at Carpet Max.
You can win that at Carpet Max?
Yeah, it's just another reason to shop at Carpet Max. Great values, plus a chance to win a home entertainment center.
Come on.
What?
We're making tracks to Carpet Max.
And they're off. Not out of the starting gate, but straight into the dawn sky over Kentuckyana at the Derby Festival Great Balloon Race on Saturday, April 27th. What a sight. You'll see huge, beautiful balloons descend from the fairgrounds, headed whichever way the wind blows. And don't miss the awe-inspiring Great Balloon Glow Friday night, April 26th at 9. Be sure to wear your Pegasus pin.
Using my 4-balloon rating system, I give the Great Balloon Race 4 balloons.
And welcome back to our coverage of Thunder over Louisville 1996. And there at the top of your screen, you see, I believe, Black Hawk helicopters. There they are. Jeff Ethel, well, I think we have solved the mystery of what's going to happen with the pontoon bridge and the Humvee.
Well, it wasn't making much sense, so now it finally does. This is the troop transport helicopter that replaced the Huey. The Black Hawk is now the major transport aircraft of the U.S. Army. So what they're going to do is come over to the pontoon bridge, rappel down teams from all 4 helicopters onto the bridge. Now, I don't know why that makes a lot of sense either, because the bridge is in enemy territory, but nevertheless, it does give you a good idea of the capability of this helicopter.
It is at least comforting that the Belle of Louisville is out of the mix.
Oh, yeah. Well, to capture that with M16s, I don't know, something isn't working.
Nobody's capturing our Belle.
Yeah, but the great thing about the Black Hawk is it has an auto-hover capability. So you can get that thing in rough wind, over any terrain, any spot, just let go of it. And the aircraft with on its autopilot will hover in that exact spot and not move within a foot or two.
And while those helicopters are getting into place to show us what they're going to do, we're going to go to Chuck Taylor, who is in the Storm Center, to tell us about all this great weather. And Chuck, are we still expecting some rain later this afternoon?
We can forget the rain. We've had a spectacular afternoon, and it looks like spectacular weather coming up for the fireworks display later on tonight. A quick look at NexRad radar shows nothing around here. There have been a few storms in far northeastern Kentucky, but those are moving away from us. So, for the fireworks display tonight, we will have fair to partly cloudy skies. It will be a little bit on the breezy side, but not as bad as it has been this afternoon. And temperatures during the fireworks will be mostly in the mid-60s. And right now, our forecast for tomorrow is a few thunderstorms developing, a high of 75, and then tomorrow night, more stormy weather. But at least we're going to be seeing some spectacular weather. And out in the spectacular weather is our storm teamer, Beth Andrews.
And once again, out here on a gorgeous day on the Belvedere, and I decided to go behind the scenes now because we've got some pretty cool stuff out here. Now, this is Eric Bergman. He's actually our chief engineer, but I call him the man with the dishes.
because we've got all these dishes out here, and without all these dishes, there would be no helmet cam. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. There'd be no helmet cam, there'd be no Sky 11 or the fireworks barge or the bridge cam. This is what we call the microwave pit. It's where we receive all the signals coming from all the various cameras over on Ashland Pier in Indiana. This particular one we used to track the helmet cam with. The one over there is for Sky 11. We've got a total of 7 receive dishes here to receive the 8 microwave cameras. The 8th microwave camera being the helmet cam. So during the show, it gets quite busy back here.
And what would the show be without the famous helmet cam? They're just, it just makes it, doesn't it?
It made it, and we had one successful jump today. The first one was scrubbed because of wind. The second one was successful. We've got 2 more to try. One here in about an hour, and then the last one will be at nighttime.
Okay, and you also have a little fringe benefit of being in charge of all this, because you have like the best seats in the house. But you look at this view, it's going to be great.
Yeah, this is the spot. The guys back here working the microwave dishes get to see it all. It's kind of a ground zero, if you would.
And no cooking in the microwave pit, right?
Oh, no. These things are safe here. See, I'll put my hand right in front of them.
Okay.
There's no problem here.
Okay, all righty. So here you go. First-hand look at the microwave pit where it all happens. Back to you.
All right.
And they are just right around the corner from us, so you get a pretty good idea of our view here for Thunder over Louisville and what we'll be showing you tonight.
But right across the river from us is Donna Lacey, who is in Ashland Park. And Donna, how is the anticipation building over in Indiana tonight?
Well, things are sort of at a lull right now. The air show has slowed down just a bit, so we're finding folks doing all kinds of things over here. Found some folks. I said, what are you guys playing, craps? They said, no, we're playing Yahtzee. And real quick, folks, why not watch the air show?
I don't know. I guess we've seen the biggest part of it, so we just kind of said, well, we're going to play Yahtzee and play cards.
What was the biggest part of it?
The biggest part of the air show, my favorite part was the Apache helicopters.
You like that part?
That was my part. No,
all right. Thank you, folks.
The rest of them.
Thank you, folks. And that's not all that's going on around here. Found some kids. I don't want to get too close to this next stack. Found some kids playing with a snake. It is a real snake. And where'd you find that thing? And I'm trying to get around it real quick.
We found it over there by a train bridge. It's just going around. I was chasing, another kid grabbed it, and then he handed it to me.
Now, I would be scared to death to pick that thing up, but you picked it right up, huh?
Yeah. I love snakes.
You love it, huh?
Uh-huh.
I guess you're getting a lot of attention with it, too, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, fellas. Thank you all. As you can see, a variety of things going on around here as the air show comes to a sort of a lull, and the people aren't going to be bored. They're going to find something to do. Such a beautiful day. I mean, you can find so much to do, Gary and Melissa.
All right. Thank you, Donna Lacey. And we also have something else that it's not a snake, but something that's very special. It's a first for Thunder over Louisville, and it's appropriate for Thunder over Louisville as well.
Barry Burnson told you a little bit ago about the wedding that's to take place tonight on the 2nd Street Bridge, a sort of Thunder love affair. And Jim Turner has the story of that love affair.
Terry Moon spent part of her wedding day checking out Thunder Control at the Galt House.
Started it.
Looks like a good day for a wedding, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Aren't we excited?
Yeah. That's starting to be fun.
Terry wanted a look at the 2nd Street Bridge where she'll tie the knot.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Okay.
Terry and her maid of honor, Jackie Hall, headed back to their room where Terry will get dressed for the wedding. All of her friends have told Terry the same thing.
You're crazy. You're not really doing that. There's no way you could be doing that.
A man she works with at Kroger's regional office, Ben Harper, suggested it.
I went back and asked Ben if he was really serious, and he said, yeah, we can do that, and we're here. It's going to happen today.
The newlyweds will not stay here on the bridge to watch Thunder over Louisville, but they will get great seats up on the 24th floor of the Galt House at the Control Center.
Terry's groom works for Searchlight Advertising. Believe it or not, he had planned to work today.
I feel like I should, but everybody tells me no. No.
This afternoon, the wedding backdrop went up. All it needs now, the bride and groom. They met 3 years ago at Thunder over Louisville. What will their wedding night be like?
Noisy and nerve-wracking, but something we won't forget. I think it'll be great.
Terry and Jeff, may the fireworks in your relationship never fizzle. Jim Turner, Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
And that from a newly married Jim Turner.
Brides are always worried about the weather at their wedding. Of course, it's going to be perfect on a cloud in the sky tonight. And this is the makeshift, well, temporary chapel erected on the 2nd Street Bridge. We have done some strange things in this town on the 2nd Street Bridge, but I believe this is the first wedding with a chapel that we've ever experienced.
It is temporary. It will not be there during rush hour Monday morning. You won't be able to drive by then, but it will be there for the wedding that's going to take place in just a few minutes. About 45 minutes from now, they'll start getting things started for that wedding.
Well, let's go aloft now to Chuck Olmsted, who has the final hour check on our traffic as we end the 3rd hour of our coverage here. Chuck?
Well, we showed you a minute ago about an accident on 64 coming in town near Melwood. I still see a traffic delay. Meanwhile, here in Jefferson Village, you look down, almost has a derby-like atmosphere. People are in no rush at all as they see almost every parking lot, every backyard filled with automobiles, somewhat reminiscent of the first Saturday in May. Only we're on the Indiana side in Jeffersonville as we glance up towards the water and see the plethora of people who are coming down with blankets and chairs to enjoy hours more of fun. That's the only traffic delay we saw on 64. The other major arteries going pretty well. If you can find a parking garage, take advantage of it and take a nice, enjoyable walk on a beautiful day like this. Back to you, gang.
All right, thank you very much. Chuck is up there in Sky 11. We want to say thank you to Jeff Ethel. Gary and I are going to take a break here in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Adding all your expertise to this, and he'll continue here with the air show. Bob and Kirby will be along here in just a moment.
We got one more check we want to make in southern Indiana at Towboat Annie's with towboat Julie Koenig. Julie, how are you doing?
Just fine. Ahoy there, mateys. We wanted to show you our view of what's going to be the spectacular Thunder Show a little later tonight. We have a great view of the 2nd Street Bridge, very unobstructed. Hopefully we're going to be seeing Barry Burnson up there dodging the howitzers and everything else. As far as Towboat Annie's, well, it's dinner time. I'll let you take a look around, everyone, just enjoying some food, great seafood, potatoes. And I think we're going to see dessert here before too long. Again, we want to say thanks to Annie for being such a great hostess. Beautiful evening. We're waiting for a beautiful show. Back to you.
Thank you, Julie. It has been a very good first 3 hours for Thunder over Louisville. If this continues, I think we have a real winner.
I'll say.
Thank you all for watching the first 3 hours.
And we will, there you're seeing the boats on the Ohio River, and there are more of the air show, Thunder over Louisville. Gary and I leave you for about an hour and a half. We'll be back at 8:30. Enjoy the show, everybody. The fireworks begin at 9:30.
This has been exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville, a presentation of Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
What can you get for $69.95 at Kentucky Kingdom?
A whole summer's worth of thrills.
Elevator.
T2. Vampire.
Of course, our favorite, Hurricane Bay.
And what do you get for free?
Tubes. No charge for tubes.
Not a penny. All the rides.
Plus Friday night dances.
And Hollow Stream.
All for just $69.95.
And don't forget, the tubes are free.
Zero. Only at the thrill park, Kentucky Kingdom.
Hurry, limited time offer.
At the 5th Annual Great American Ford Sales Event, we're saluting great Americans who saved hundreds, even thousands, like Julie. During the 3rd Great American Ford Sales Event, she leased a 93 Taurus, and now she's trading it in for an all-new 96 Taurus for just $212 a month. Or she could have had $600 cash back or low 2.9% financing. Taurus, a great American value for $212 a month. And that's keeping the competition nervous. Hurry, the 5th Annual Great American Ford Sales Event all in soon at your local Ford dealer.
At Walgreens, we're depended on by more people who work the night shift, including those workers whose rewards don't just come from a paycheck.
Spas, the world's largest spa company, presents the world's largest spa sale. Everything's on sale. We have $150,000 worth of 95 inventory at auction prices, 36 models to choose from. And how does 6 months, same as cash, and a $500 factory rebate grab you? The best value, the best service, the best reputation is Cal Spas. Check us out today. We're just south of I-64 on Hurstbourne. Cal Spas, changing the way you feel.
A Derby 122 special presentation is coming your way next. Stay where you are, right here on WHAS 11, Kentuckiana's news channel, your official Derby 122 station.
Y'all ready for this?
And now, Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11, continues its coverage of Thunder 96. Thunderstorms Hollywood, with a special edition of Louisville Tonight Live. Here are your hosts, Kirby Adams and Bob Sokoler.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Bob Sokoler.
And I'm Kirby Adams, and welcome to a very special preview of Thunder here on Louisville Tonight Live.
And for this special preview, the entire Louisville Tonight Live staff will be joining us.
Here's a look at the ground we'll be covering over the next 90 minutes.
Sandra Roberts, and later I'll talk to the people who've been camping out all day for the best seats in the house.
And I'm Jane McClue. I've got your invitation to some exclusive Thunder parties. Here are your credentials. Louisville Tonight Live gets you inside.
And we'll also have two Chucks joining us tonight. Chuck Taylor will be joining us shortly for a weather update.
But first, from high in the sky, another Chuck Olmstead with traffic reports. And you know, when you invite 600,000 folks to a party, well, you've got to expect some headaches. We'll be checking in with Chuck in just a little bit to find out how the traffic is doing.
All righty, now moving on there.
But right now, did you realize that the Derby Festival is 41 years old, Bob?
I, in fact, did know that, and one of the highlights since 1982 has featured such names as, listen to this, Moses Malone, Dominique Wilkins, and Anthony Hardaway.
We're talking about the Derby Festival Basketball Classic.
Here with the goal team, Mashburn on a turnaround shot, got it from about 15 away.
This is the way it looked back in 1991, the Kentucky Derby Basketball Classic. And on the floor, some relatively unknown high school basketball players.
Cole guarded and has trouble getting by Hardaway. Now he dishes off to Rozier, takes it, drives, shot up, good, and he's fouled on the play.
Hardaway wasn't unknown for long, as NBA fans will tell you. Anthony Hardaway went on to become a major force for the Orlando Magic, and that's what this classic is all about, seeing stars of the future. 84 WHAS sportscaster Van Vance is one of the voices of the Basketball Classic and knows the significance of it.
You actually are seeing stars. They're stars now, but they're going to be NBA college stars playing in the Final Four, championship NCAA. It's a who's who of basketball talent.
Van not only recommends a trip to the Basketball Classic for basketball fans, but he also recommends a trip to the Slam Dunk Contest the night before. You'll see
some of the finest and best-known players. Some of them went on to become great pros. Chapman's still playing in the pros. Ramil Robinson. Never forget Harmon. He had a slam dunk. He put 2 players on a table, jumped over the table and the 2 players and dunked the basketball.
another fan of the Basketball Classic, 84 WHAS sportscaster Tony Cruz.
Well, I think that what it means for the fans, they're going to get their first opportunity to hear, to finally see all the people that they've been hearing about all year long. And the possibility, there's a lot of players coming in here that haven't made their decisions yet. A lot of people are wondering, for example, Jamal Magloire, is he going to be coming to the University of Kentucky? A lot of people are wondering that this will be their opportunity to kind of shake their pom-poms and let them know the Big Blue would like to have them.
The Classic has another benefit. It raises a lot of money for charities.
Charities like the Cozair Crippled Children's Hospital, the majority went to the Ronald McDonald Children's Charities, which supports the Ronald McDonald House. We're excited in 1996 that for the first time, some of the proceeds are going to go to the Crusade for Children.
So come on out, raise some money for the charities, and shake a couple of pom-poms and see some of the big stars of the future.
And 2 of the guys who will be on the floor this coming Monday and Tuesday are joining us now. It's 6'5", Nate Johnson from Camden, New Jersey. Nate's already signed with U of L.
And 6'5", Jeff McKinley is from Simon Kenton High School in Kentucky, and you have also signed with U of L.
Welcome, guys. So what do you expect to be able to bring to U of L? And speak up in the mic there, yeah.
I'm sorry. We expected to bring consistency and hopefully keep the winning tradition in Louisville.
How about what other schools did you hear from?
Schools such as Western Kentucky, and I started to hear from Kentucky right up until I signed with U of L a little bit.
Okay, okay.
And I'm kind of curious. The big question, of course, is from all the people, all the places that you've heard from, what made you decide to really go with U of L out of all the schools that have been out there and may have contacted you?
A big reason for me was Coach Crum. And the city, I mean, the city's great. Freedom Hall. I had a chance to go to a game when they played Memphis this year, and it was great. It was rocking, and I just like everything about Louisville.
Well, guys, thanks so much for coming out. We appreciate having you here. Good luck, and I know all of Kentuckiana is thrilled to have you and have you here for Thunder over Louisville, so enjoy.
All right, you guys. It was quick, but thank you for stopping by.
Thanks so much. And right now we're going to throw it out to Chuck Olmstead in the sky.
How you doing, gang? Up here at Sky 11, as we glance down, they've got to be partying down there. They just got to, because I can almost smell the food from 1,200 feet. You're looking down on River Road as an assemblage of folks are making their way to lock in a place for some of the fireworks show this afternoon as we inch up and take a look all along this area, which will be dramatically improved as they finish the waterfront by next year or so. Spaghetti Junction, meanwhile, traffic moving very well. Shouldn't have any trouble getting in town to find yourself a good vantage point. And of course, you always have one here at Louisville tonight, WHAS 11. We'll be bringing you more sights and sounds as people make their way into town for more of the excitement in Thunder over Louisville. But for now, this is the scene here. This is Chuck Olmstead. Back to you, Vang.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. It is looking good.
All right, now every year during Derby, one of the favorites is the Derby Festival pin drawing.
And this year we have already drawn for a number of great prizes, but I've got to tell you, folks, our next drawing is literally hair-raising.
That's absolutely right. Right now we're going to join Terry Miners, who is going to draw for the most unusual haircut you've ever heard of. It's a haircut from Fantastic Sam's, and it's in Hawaii.
Should we give it away? Let's give it away. It's in Hawaii, and that probably is one of the most unusual places you would think about going for a haircut, but this is one of those prize packages that also involves the trip and the haircut. Terry, take it away.
I'm gonna hula dance in Hawaii. Cut my hair, baby.
Whoa. I'm gonna certify this man has no hair.
No, Terry, you're an official member of the Fantastic Sam's Bald is Beautiful Club.
Thank you so much.
Round and round she goes. Your gold pen's got to be in there somewhere. Oh, how do you like my hairdo? They just finished. They added a little silver in here to give me a distinguished look so I can be an anchor bath someday. All right, so we're going to reach in and find out who's going to Hawaii to slow dance with Don Ho. Tiny bubbles George Troutman's going to look it over, certify it.
Looks fine.
Looks fine, and that would mean our winner is Edgar Hoosier Jr. However, he's not a real Hoosier because he's from Louisville. Edgar Hoosier Jr. of Louisville, you're going to Hawaii!
Ooh, Edgar, gonna get that grass cut, going to Hawaii.
I don't guess you want to dance with me while you're out there. Bring me a bag of macadamia nuts. Next Friday, we'll have our next drawing, and that'll be at Gross Diamond Center in the Mall St. Matthews. You can win $2,500 in diamonds and gold.
And as Terry just said, if you did win that trip to Hawaii, don't worry, because we do have that $2,500 diamond deal coming up this coming week.
That's absolutely right. I'll be out at Gross Diamond Center pulling for that pin drawing, and that ought to be a lot of fun.
It will. All right, now throughout Louisville Tonight Live's special tonight, we're going to bring you some bits and information about past Thunders and Derbies.
That's right. We're calling these festival facts. The first shows just how event budgets have changed over the years.
The entire budget for the very first Derby Festival in 1956 was $640. To put that into perspective, the first Pegasus pin issued in 1972 is now worth $675.
I love my mom.
Aren't you tired of that pig?
Who, me?
I have needs too, you know. I've got this pain.
I know a good acupuncture doctor.
For animals?
Yeah, or if you're in need of a psychiatrist.
For pets?
I want to be a TV star. I'm so beautiful.
Girlfriend, I've got a place for you.
Do your pets live the life of luxury? Watch Pets Are People too, Wednesday at 7:30 on WHAS 11.
That pig is working my last good nerve. Oink.
If your idea of having a print framed is a high price tag, a limited selection, and a long wait, you haven't been to Framing Express. Looks great. The professionals at Framing Express will help you select from over 400 styles of traditional and contemporary wood and metal frames and mats to complement your home or office.
Bring us your artwork or choose from our large variety of prints and originals. We'll have it framed and back to you in just 2 days at a low, low price.
That's why they call us Framing Express. Now open in southern Indiana.
Dee's Crafts takes off its hat to spring and then puts it back on. Dee's has hats for you to decorate. Or pick out a hat and decorations and we'll do it for you. Bring in your old hat and give it a new look for this year's outfit. The possibilities are endless, and so are the styles. Tip a new hat and celebrate spring in style at any of Dee's Crafts 4 locations.
I hear something big's happening.
Something so big I can't even talk about it.
You can tell me.
Smith's Furniture is having the biggest truckload sale ever.
Take me.
Now!
No, to the sale.
GE 25-inch stereo TV, only $277. Frigidaire extra large capacity 5-cycle washer, $369. Hotpoint by GE 18 cubic foot refrigerator, only $399.
Big rig coming through, make way!
Make your way to Smith's Furniture's truckload sale, going on now.
What's he got that I ain't got?
He's probably got a big view from...
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, it's a third of a pound. 2 beef patties, double cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, onions, the works.
You like him big, huh?
It's not the size, it's the taste. Stupid.
Taste, 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 taste.
And welcome back. Now, as if the largest fireworks display in North America isn't enough, before the night is through, we are going to witness the first ever Thunder Wedding.
It's going to take place over on the 2nd Street Bridge, and that is where we have positioned Stephen Reynolds to bring us all the nuptial play-by-play. Stephen?
Hey, thanks, Bob. Yes, this bridge, which normally joins Kentucky and Indiana, as you can see, has been transformed into a chapel where this evening we will see 2 people be joined in holy matrimony, that happiest of days, and we're going to share it with them. And it's really blowing up here. They've done a good job of anchoring the chapel. And coming down the road right here, down the bridge, I'm not sure who this is. It must be the the ring bearers. It's really wild up here on the bridge. But now I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because, first of all, we need to introduce you to the happy couple.
His eyes. He's got the most beautiful set of eyes I've ever seen.
That was the first thing that attracted Terry Moon to Jeff Ahurst. And when they first laid eyes on one another back in 1993, they saw fireworks. They literally saw fireworks. That's because they met at Thunder over Louisville. And those eyes of Jeff's that Terry liked so much were laid right on her.
She was coming out of the command center, and my other boss and I were going in, and it was like, man, oh man, you know, I want to get to know this. So, yeah, I think so.
Jeff is one of the spotlight operators for Thunder over Louisville, and sometime after that fateful night when he spotted Terry, the two started dating. Last Christmas Eve, Terry got a ring.
I feel like Cinderella.
But this fairy tale has a different twist. Terry works at Kroger, and one of her bosses got a wild idea.
She said, it would really be neat if you all could get married at Thunder, wouldn't it? And I said, I don't know about that.
Well, she better, because tonight it's gonna happen. 10 million people are gonna witness the first ever marriage at Thunder over Louisville.
And knowing that we're gonna share one of the greatest moments anybody could ever have in their life with that many people in itself is spectacular. But the most spectacular thing is I'm marrying the most wonderful man in the world. Yes, indeedy. Before the night is through, before 8:30, we're going to have two people hitched right here on the bridge. It is going to be very exciting, no doubt, Bob and Kirby. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Stephen. You know, that was some chapel. That's really going to be amazing.
Really beautiful. The action is not only on the ground, it's also up in the sky.
And we're very lucky to have with us Jeff Ethel. Now, you have been working all day long. What's coming in next?
Well, the B-1B, which
actually, we're looking now at helmet cam, I understand, and parachuters. Have
terrific. Well, of course, we got the American flag coming down. This is a very difficult thing to do because of the drag on this flag. You know, you wouldn't think about it, but you got to put a terrific weight at the bottom of that flag so it doesn't trail all the way behind. And this guy's got a lot more weight than he'd normally have on his parachute. So the descent rate is very high, and it's like flying a large airplane.
How do you actually practice for something like that?
You just go do it.
Okay.
You know, that's the thing. You just go do it. And
today I'm going to jump with an American flag.
Guys who jump out of planes are a little strange. Guys and girls who do that.
You're talking to one of them.
Oh, am I? I didn't know that.
Jeff, you know, you mentioned about the wind. I think we're getting gusts 20, 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Up there, I'm wondering what that's going to do. It looks like, as you mentioned, he's being pulled a little off course. How difficult is it for him now to land where he hoped to have landed?
Very tough. He's got to almost think as if he's on the ground and draw a line, as you well know. It's very difficult to get something like that in a pinpoint spot. He's just hoping for the riverfront. And this is, I understand, the largest flag ever used on a jump.
So actually, there's a bit of drama here.
There goes helmet cam.
All right, well, that's a tough shot. We're now going to a ground camera, so you've got seeing him
now,
come down.
Of course, it's a smaller flag here.
Okay, I was going to say, Jeff, how big is that flag actually? That's a smaller one.
Well, that's a small one there.
Okay, because that one's a piece of cake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In addition, Jeff, I was going to say to the parachuters, we've also got the B-1 approaching at any moment.
The B-1B Lancer bomber. There are two of them.
Due here at 7:15.
Yeah, we're looking right on it here. They're probably holding
it. And here it is.
And here
arriving here live.
Look at the size of this airplane. You're looking at the most advanced bomber of its time when it was built. Of course,
when
the
was
B-2
it built?
Well, it was built in the 70s. Jimmy Carter canceled it because of the expense, and then Ronald Reagan resurrected it as the B-1B. And so now there are 100 of them were built.
When they comes overhead, I'm trying to get a positioning here from where we are. We're about to get a bit of an afterblast.
Yeah, you're talking about with two airplanes, 8 afterburners.
Wow.
So take 8 F-16s in formation and light the burners.
And checking back now on our parachute jumpers, there you can see the
just landed.
Right on the barge. Terrific job.
So they didn't have the problem we thought they might.
The one that has the large flag attached to it is still over the 2nd Street Bridge, and it looks as if he's going to attempt to land in the field where they're renovating the new park.
There he goes. Now. Look at the size of that flag.
He's ducking behind viewpoint from there.
So you say that's the largest flag that anyone has ever jumped with.
Yeah, that's right.
But he will make it. It looks like, from my vantage point.
Yep, he's going to make it. No trouble at all.
Right over there next to the wedding chapel.
That was a bit scary there, wasn't it? Oh, well. All right, so that B-1 bomber still, I'm just keeping looking around to just see if we see where it is over the Ohio. At the moment, Kirby, you see it over there by chance? No. So it must be
yet, but all of our parachutists have come down.
There it comes.
All right.
Now we got a good view on the screen. when this airplane sweeps its wings, in other words, when it brings them retracted, there's a very little frontal area to this aircraft. It was the beginning of stealth technology in those days when we built it. And it can go supersonic as well. So the B-2 cannot do that. So now you're looking at an enormous capability here, very low level, can fly hands-off. It has terrain-following radar, so the pilot can let it go. It has a hard and a soft ride. A hard ride meaning it can fly very low over rough terrain, and it jerks you around. I've been in it, and it is quite an experience.
If by chance, folks, you are watching this at home and are not even near the river, you might still get a chance if you look out towards the river to see the B-1 as it...
Here they come, two of them.
They're both coming in.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, you're talking about quite an aircraft here.
The plan now is for it to fly over once up the river. Is that over us, over the city of Louisville?
That's right. They'll come over, and then they'll come back, probably sweep their wings. They're going to do a dirty pass with the gear down as well.
A dirty pass is when the gear's down.
That's right.
Okay.
And a clean pass is with the gears up.
That's right.
All right.
There you go.
You learn something new every day. All right.
Jeff, do you know where these have come in from?
They're from McConnell Air Force Base.
Okay.
What did it take them time-wise to get here from McConnell?
Here they go. Right overhead. Wow. They look like flying pterodactyls.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yes.
They're very predatory looking. And that's just because of the aerodynamic shape. They have to be shaped that way for speed.
Very impressive.
It has a very sophisticated electronic suite that basically allows the crew to disappear electronically. You can spoof radar. You can also spoof anti-aircraft defenses.
See, we were concerned that we weren't going to be able to see the plane at all. So.
Well, it's other than the B-52 is our largest tactical bomber.
Okay,
Jeff,
thank you. Thanks very much, Jeff. We'll be coming back to you for some more information.
Okay.
Hey, you know, we've all been asked some crazy questions.
That's right. As another festival fact continues, take a listen to this.
What question left the Derby Festival receptionist going, duh, when she was asked, and we quote, if the weather is bad, will the Great Balloon Race move to Freedom Hall?
The Kentucky Derby Festival event you've been waiting for is finally here. Join the news channel's Gary Rodemeyer and Melissa Swan with wall-to-wall exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville. It's spontaneous combustion, all live. It's Thunder. Tonight at 8:30 here on WHAS 11. From thunder in the sky to lightning on the track, the news channel brings all the Derby events home to you. More than 40 hours of special programming. Find out what's on when. Pick up your free WHAS 11 Derby Viewer's Guide at Tumbleweed and Taylor Drugs from your official Derby 122 station, WHAS 11.
A lot of restaurants think they serve a big burger, but none compare to Frisch's Super Big Boy. It's not only big, it's got the biggest taste in town. 2 big, juicy, quarter-pound all-beef patties grilled with 2 slices of cheese, all the stuff you love, and Frisch's own special recipe sauce with that great taste. So why settle for a so-called big burger when you can enjoy the Super Big Boy? Dinner is better at Big Boy because Big Boy starts with better stuff.
Only 3 days left to name your own price. Henderson and Hardy Fine Furniture closes their doors forever in just 3 short days. No reasonable offer refused. After 74 years, this is it. The end is here.
The Kentucky Lottery drawings tonight on Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
Burned out on hoops yet? Me neither, baby! Got good news for you. Monday, April 22nd at 7:30 in Freedom Hall, basketball rules again. It's the Derby Festival Basketball Classic, Night of the Future Stars, followed Tuesday by the Classic itself. Scope out the talent coming up from high schools around the nation. Scarf up your tickets on sale now at the Freedom Hall box office and all Ticketmaster locations. 1 ticket's good for both events, and as we say here in basketball country, it's awesome, baby! It's for you!
The impact of a car crash can be powerful, especially when it's used as a learning tool.
You okay? You guys can hop out now.
So to get students involved in the Nationwide Insurance Prom Promise, Nationwide agents help stage events like this one to help students remain drug and alcohol-free, especially on prom night. Sometimes the best way to avoid a crash is to be in one.
The Nationwide Insurance Prom Promise is sponsored by Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
on the cake, because out here it's actually an incredible time. I'm sure from home you see tons of crowds and lots of elbow room to be had, but actually it's really fun. Tell me your name and where you're from and what it's really like out here.
I'm Dr. Lee, and I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and it is wonderful. You have to get here early to get a place.
It's great. Now, to get here early, it's not just a matter of waking up and coming out. That's part of it, but I have a couple people here who have a couple of secrets. If next year you want to come and get a front row seat, tell me your name, where you're from, and how you got to be here so early.
My name's Teresa Whitaker. I'm originally from Columbia, Kentucky. I'm now living in Louisville, and I had to have somebody work for me because I was scheduled to work today. And you just have to get here and fight the crowds, try to keep your seat.
There you go. And how are you keeping your seat? Because you're right up along the riverfront, but you're here with me now. How do you keep your seat?
Well, right now our husbands are watching our seat, hopefully.
There you go. And actually I found one person that has an incredible way to get a good seat, because you have to really be able to push through. Ma'am, tell me your name, where you're from, and what your secret ingredient is.
Okay, my name is Navanda Salada, and I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I want to say hi to all my friends at Manual High School. And my secret is this precious sweet baby that I have right here, keeping that seat for me.
There you go. You see this cute kid and you want to get out of the way for this lady. It's really actually a lot of fun out here. And I'm going to go around to a lot more places and find out what's happening, and I'll keep you up to date. For Louisville Heights Live, I'm Sandra Roberts.
Great, thanks a lot, Sandra. That was terrific. Okay, but now we have something very exciting going on right now, high in the sky.
It is Stealth. The new Stealth fighter is about to make its appearance here, and Jeff's sticking around with us. We understand it's now, about 15 seconds away from making an appearance.
Sure
this is the experimental plane that's actually being produced in Atlanta, and here it comes. The first time, I believe, Jeff, the first time being seen here in over Louisville?
Well, first time in Louisville, I believe.
Yes.
That's for sure. But this, of course, the reason they call it Stealth is it's shaped in such a way that radar cannot pick it up. Obviously, you can see with your eyes. That's
Thank goodness.
That was a problem. But it is a very strange airplane. It is not a pilot's airplane in the sense that it's very maneuverable or an air-to-air fighter.
From here, it looks like a saucer.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's very strange. It's a Buck Rogers airplane for sure.
Kirby, also, you may be able to see another shot when it comes up. The rear tail on this has a Y configuration.
That's right, sure does.
Which supposedly, Jeff, doesn't give it extra stabilization.
Boy, the crowd loves this. The crowd loves this.
There you go, the white tail configuration. That gives it better stabilization in the sky, isn't it?
Well, that's the idea, of course, yes. You need to do double the amount of surface. And they're playing Star Wars to fit it. That absolutely works.
Boy.
Now, again, it's not a maneuverable airplane. The pilot cannot honk this thing around like you would an F-16 or an F-15. But the idea is not to engage an enemy fighter, but to come in at night undetected and drop a laser-guided bomb or something like that. It's a ground attack aircraft. Why we call it F, I don't really know. The Air Force has a schizophrenia about this.
Fighter.
F for
I thought it was F for fighter.
Well, it is, but it's not a fighter. It's an attack airplane.
An attack airplane. Well,
and we should have an A in front of it. Well, I don't know.
You know what, though? With that plane, it can say whatever it wants.
That's right. It doesn't, you're not going to argue with this airplane. But the pilots do love it because they have a lot to do in the cockpit.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeff. We'll let the Stealth continue to fly overhead. Right now, though, let's go to the man in the know about the weather. Let's go to Chuck Taylor.
Oh, we certainly have been enjoying some spectacular weather, and the good news is the great weather is going to continue right through the evening. Quick look at radar shows you all the bad weather is well to our south. It won't be bothering us at all tonight. And in Louisville right now, well, our temperature is a very pleasant 73 degrees. We do have a fairly brisk wind from the northwest at 14, but that wind will be diminishing. And for the fireworks display, fair to partly cloudy, just a few scattered clouds around. Temperatures will be in the 60s, so that means if you're heading for the fireworks, you want to take a jacket or a sweater because it will be cooling off, and that breeze will help to make it feel a little bit cooler. But you just couldn't ask for a better day. Unfortunately, it looks like tomorrow won't be so good, but for the fireworks tonight, it will be absolutely great.
Well, Chuck, you pulled through for today, so thanks very much for that. And it's really actually a little bit hot out here.
You speak for yourself. I got to tell you, hey, let the rain tomorrow. This is a great day today. We'll take a break. Here's another festival fact. We'll be right back.
The golden antlers, which are displayed by the winner of the Great Steamboat Race, have actually graced 4 boats, not just the Belle and the Delta Queen. Back in 1976, the golden antlers went to the Julie Bell Swain, and in 1982, the Natchez grabbed that honor.
The merriment, madness. The majesty. Nobody covers Derby Day like Kentuckiana's news channel. Derby 122, live all day. Saturday, May 4th, here on WHAS 11.
Levy's is your hometown home and garden center. With friendly service, low Levy's prices, and famous names like sturdy Murray mowers and riders.
Let Levy's help you do it right. Do it right.
Wayne, you won 5 Triple Crown races. Unbelievable. Is there a greater thrill than winning the Kentucky Derby?
Well, 2 back-to-back would be great, Paul.
Wayne, I know you're a big fan of Carriage Ford.
Paul, I like Carriage Ford. They take good care of their customers, and they've taken good care of me, too.
Wayne, you're right on the money. They were voted #1 in Kentuckiana for customer satisfaction.
That's Carriage Ford.
Highway 131, Clarksville.
That's a great place to buy a car or a truck.
The American Impressions Collection from Ethan Allen. Just because you don't have a lot of money to throw around doesn't mean you have to live with disposable furniture. Right now, there's a sale going on at your local Ethan Allen.
We at Papa John's are celebrating our 11th anniversary. And here's how we're saying thanks for making us America's fastest growing pizza company.
2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days only.
It's our anniversary. Join the celebration.
Remember, 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Levy's is your hometown home and garden center. With friendly service, low Levy's prices, plus hearty nursery stock you never have to baby. And it's fresh daily.
Let Levy's help you do it right. Do it right.
And welcome back to the opening ceremonies of Derby Festival 1996. You know, rain or shine, a Derby Festival event will get underway next Saturday morning at 8 a.m.
The event is the Derby Festival Mini Marathon, and this year, Louisville Tonight Live is playing a very special and important part in that event.
For the spectators, the Derby Festival Mini Marathon may appear to be just a sea of people running from Iroquois Park to downtown Louisville. But for the runners, their reasons for enduring the 13 miles is a unique tapestry of stories.
I've got 11 brothers and sisters, and my younger brothers have challenged some of us to run in the mini marathon as a family. And some of my younger brothers said, well, Betty can't do it. She's too old. Well, I'm going to show them I can do it. That age has nothing to do with it.
Because of stories like Betty's, back in January, we got the idea to bring 50 of our viewers together. 50 folks who have never run the Mini, but have the desire to achieve that goal.
This year, I just want to finish that mini marathon. Like I say, that's a big goal for me.
After 3 months of slowly increasing our mileage, we were ready for the first leg of the Triple Crown of Running, the 6-mile city run.
This is absolutely my very first race.
But like real champs, one by one, our mini marathon team made it to the finish line. Have I mentioned we have women, men, mothers, grandmothers, even a woman with asthma on our team? On April 6th, we took our next hurdle, the 9-mile Vencour run. Certainly during the long race, our team must have been thinking, can they add 4 more miles on April 27th?
No, we can do it. I know we can do it. It's going to be all of us together. I know we can do it. We're going to stick together. We've already talked. We've got our strategy.
There is a wonderful spirit among our Louisville Tonight Live mini marathon team.
In the past year, I've lost about 115 pounds, and this is like the second most important thing to me is finishing this and we would have not walk or anything. It was wonderful, and I'm so happy.
This is why we created the Louisville Tonight mini marathon team, and this is why together we will make it to the finish line on April 27th.
So be sure to tune in on April 27th to WHAS, the news channel. They'll be covering the mini marathon. And look for these yellow mini marathon shirts because our gang will be out there in them. You can't miss them, and help cheer them on because they've done a great job.
Among the people who will be running in that race is nutritionist Barbara Day, and Swag Cartel is going to be there helping cheer everybody on.
You're going to be cheering everybody on, right, Swag?
Yes, I can hardly hear you.
Yeah, no, a lot of noise there.
But you want me to be down there cheering them all on, Kirby? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, you will be, won't you?
Well, I am the wrong sex being cheerleader, but I will try my best. I will be down there.
What kind of a training schedule? Whoa! What kind of a training schedule did you have our team on?
In the last few days you're talking about?
Yeah, before the meeting.
Everybody has got to start eating back right now. If you haven't done the training now, it's too late.
So are you pretty proud of how our team has done?
Oh, it's been very exciting just to see how far everybody's come.
Okay, and Barbara, you will be running in it.
Yes, I am. I can't wait. I'm looking forward
now
to it.
get this, ladies and gentlemen. Our team has lost a total of over 500 pounds.
Yes.
How did they do that?
Well, for one thing, they were training hard. We had on a good program. And nutritionally, I worked with all the people that were interested in losing weight. So we had them on a good nutrition program as well.
Terrific. And you've written a terrific book there called High Energy Eating that's helped them all through. Thank you very, very much. You two have been terrific to help out with our mini marathon team. I hope to do it again next year.
All right, now let's check in with Chuck Olmstead, who's up in the Sky 11 for a check on the traffic. Chuck, take it away.
Yeah, you know, I'm still shaking after seeing the Stealth Fighter come by. As for down below, we're on the Indiana shore. A lot of people enjoying this beautiful weather. We see some minor delay on 65 North, just on the other side of the bridge, but it is minor only. We looked at 64, 71, traffic moving briskly. And down below, people aren't in any hurry. No brisk running. It's just a matter of sitting out here and enjoying the sun, the sights, the F-15, the 16, and of course the Stealth Fighter we just saw a few minutes ago. Absolutely great day and no problems to report. That's the sort of day we like. Back to you, Bob and Kirby.
All right, thanks very much, Chuck Olmstead.
All right, now not too surprisingly, this mega event, Thunder Over Louisville, has spawned a number of parties.
Now imagine a lot of you are at home right now watching us, gathered around the TV with some of your friends getting ready to watch the fireworks. Well, we sent our Jane McClue out to check out these parties, and she said for the first one, she really needs her sea legs.
Thanks, Bob and Kirby. Actually, I need my river legs for this assignment. We are on the riverboat formerly known as the Huck Finn, newly named the Spirit of Jefferson, just yesterday, and it's one of the Thunder Cruises. With me now is Judy Mallow of Kroger. Judy, this is not the only riverboat that's cruising the river today, is that right?
No, it isn't. We have the Grand Lady called the Belle of Louisville, and I'll tell you, with the two, it's going to be marvelous.
Best seat on the river, you think?
You better believe it. Ground zero seats. It rumbles you when the fireworks go off. You're so close.
Okay. We're giving you guys a peek inside the Spirit of Jefferson. This is its maiden voyage. Both cruisers here on the Spirit of Jefferson and Belle of Louisville get more than just the cruise, right? We're talking food, fun,
entertainment, you name it. And of course, like I said, best seats in the house.
Tell me what kind of things they're going to be eating today.
Well, we're going to have roast beef, we're going to have baked chicken breast, we're going to have crab's legs, you name it, we got it, and we're going to have fun.
And then you will be back on the riverside. There will be a little cruising today, but then you'll be back at the river during the Thunder Show. Is that right?
Absolutely. We will be docked in time for the fireworks, and everyone will have a wonderful view of the show.
And then afterwards, they don't have to go anywhere immediately. You've got a little fun planned for after the big booms.
Yes, we do. That way, by the time the crowds start dispersing, then they won't have a problem getting off.
And they'll be dancing, right?
Absolutely. We have entertainment on both boats this year.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Judy. Like she said, one of the best seats in the house, and I'm going to toss it back to what I consider the other great seat in the house. Yours, Bob and Kirby. Back to you.
All right, and now you are seeing the
Warthogs, A-10
Warthogs come in.
This is double ugly. I mean, you're looking at an ugly machine here. Am I not picking up? Is that the problem?
Yeah, go ahead, say it again, do you?
Okay, well, you're looking at double ugly here. So that's why they call it the Warthog.
All right, well, there we got that cleared up.
And
We've got
it's
the
a rather...
audio and the plane cleared up.
It's a rather obscure-looking plane, though, as you get a closer look at it as it comes in, eh?
Well, for sure. I mean, basically, this is purpose-built design. The engines are up on the middle of the airplane, upper middle of the airplane, so they aren't going to get hit by any aircraft fire. The wings are big and broad to carry an awful lot of weight, but also for battle damage. Dual rudders and vertical stabilizers, so you can shoot those up. Now, during Desert Storm, they shot the fire out of this airplane, and it came home every time. So you're looking at an amazing piece of design work.
And sort of the opposite of the plane we just saw, the stealth.
Yes, and there's a big debate right now whether they even build any more of these. There are a lot of guys in the service who just soon get rid of this low-tech kind of airplane because the big system in the airplane is the human brain.
Yet this is the workhorse in planes, isn't
well,
it?
it was. They're trying to phase it out.
Yeah.
We don't have a replacement.
Is it kind of like the tank of the plane?
Yes, absolutely. And the tank killer. I mean, you're looking at the absolute most rugged airplane in the inventory, and the pilots who flew it were told to do far more than they were ever trained to do during the war, and they did it well.
Terrific.
Very well. The airplane was very capable.
Quite a legacy for the plane, for the Warthog.
Oh,
All
for
right.
sure.
Thanks, Jeff.
My pleasure.
More great information.
All right, now there is always controversy in the great steamboat race.
That's right. How many boats have worn the coveted golden antlers?
The world record attendance for a high school all-star game was set at the 1989 Derby Festival Basketball Classic. Total attendance, 19,041.
Brett Butler's tormented life before Grace Under Fire.
I lucked out and hit 2 trees in a mailbox. I had to get my face sewn up and spent the night in jail. But I damn near didn't make it out of there.
An exclusive next Oprah.
Monday at 4 on WHAS 11. When severe weather threatens, the news channel is on the air with expanded storm team coverage.
About 5.5 hours of severe weather, and we've been right there with you.
Weather coverage you can count on from Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
Taste you've been looking for.
I remember little Jenny learning to swim. I also remember showing her parents how to care for their pool. I'm a BioGuard authorized dealer. They told me I made their pool one of life's simple pleasures, like when I helped get their water in shape for Jenny's Sweet 16 party. Look at that water sparkle. I think I'm as proud of it as they are of Jenny. Thanks to BioGuard.
Make your pool a simple pleasure.
The 5th annual Great American Ford Sales Event is in full swing at your Ford dealer, and the competition's nervous.
Let me see that.
Now you can get $600 cash back or low 4.8 financing on the 96 Ford F-150 regular cab 4x2s and 4x4s. That's $600 cash back or 4.8 financing on F-150, the only truck to offer standard dual airbags. No wonder these guys don't stand a chance.
Think they send us a couple of customers if we waved a white flag? Guess not.
Don't miss the Great American Ford Sales Event now at your local Ford dealer.
Burned out on hoops yet? Me neither, baby! Got good news for you. Monday, April 22nd at 7:30 in Freedom Hall, basketball rules again. It's the Derby Festival Basketball Classic, Night of the Future Stars, followed Tuesday by the Classic itself. Scope out the talent coming up from high schools around the nation. Scarf up your tickets on sale now at the Freedom Hall box office and all Ticketmaster locations. One ticket's good for both events, and as we say here in basketball country, it's awesome, baby! It's for you!
Welcome back to Louisville Tonight Live's Thunder Over Louisville preview. And you know, for the past month, if you are a regular viewer of Louisville Tonight Live, you know we have been urging you to register to be part of our Derby 122 ticket giveaway.
Along with BP Oil, Louisville Tonight Live is giving away 4 tickets to Derby 122. And right now, Sandra Roberts is standing by on the Belvedere because the time has come to draw our very lucky winner.
I'm so excited. Most of you probably already know, and I've just found out since this is my first Derby, the tickets are hard to come by, and we're not just giving away 4 tickets. We're giving away 4 seats along the home front, so it's absolutely wonderful seats to have. And I'm here now to make the drawing. If you were one of the thousands that entered, it's like waiting for the lottery tickets to come up. I have a couple of assistants here. Tell me your name, ma'am. Whitney. And what's your name? Kristen. All right, Whitney, I need you to spin this wheel for me. Careful. Oh, I think I see mine. Okay, Kristen, I'm going to need you to dig deep in there and pick out one entry form and then hand it to me, please. All right, you guys, I need a drum roll here. Give me a drum roll. All right, our winner is, of course, we got a name I can't pronounce, Patrick Chunkuma, I believe in LaGrange. So you're our winner. Congratulations. You're going to the Derby, and if you need an extra friend to go, I'll go with you.
I'll draw an extra 3 friends.
So if your name sounded sort of like that, give us a call.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, you can bet there's going to be one wild party going on after the first ever Thunder over Louisville wedding.
And at any moment, the bride and groom are going to appear over on the makeshift chapel that's over on the 2nd Street Bridge, right?
That's absolutely right, and that's where we're going to check in with our own ring bearer, Stephen Reynolds.
You did a fine job, too.
Which page?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Stephen. And I understand Jane McClue, is, as we told you earlier in the show, has become the party hopper of the afternoon.
That's absolutely right. We like to call her party animal Jane McClue, and right now she's checking in or hopping in to another party. Isn't she?
T2. Vampire.
Of course, our favorite, Hurricane Bay.
And what do you get for free?
Tubes. No charge for tubes.
Not a penny. All the rides.
Plus Friday night dances.
And Hollow Scream.
All for just $69.95.
And don't forget, the tubes are free.
Zero. Only at the thrill park, Kentucky Kingdom.
Hurry, limited time offer. Cal Spas, the world's largest spa company, presents the world's largest spa sale. Everything's on sale. We have $150,000 worth of 95 inventory at auction prices, 36 models to choose from. And how does 6 months, same as cash, and a $500 factory rebate grab you? The best value, the best service, the best reputation is Cal Spas. Check us out today. We're just south of I-64 on Hurstbourne. Cal Spas, changing the way you feel.
The Kentucky Lottery drawings tonight on Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
We at Papa John's are celebrating our 11th anniversary. And here's how we're saying thanks for making us America's fastest growing pizza company.
2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days only.
It's our anniversary. Join the celebration.
Remember, 2 large, 1-topping pizzas for $11 for 11 days.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
When you need paint or ladders, come out to 3819 Dixie Highway and step up to Higdon's Paint and Ladder, the ladder people in Kentuckiana.
Only 3 days left to name your own price. Henderson & Hardy Fine Furniture closes their doors forever in just 3 short days. No reasonable offer refused. After 74 years, this is it. The end is here.
And welcome back to Louisville Tonight Live's Thunder over Louisville preview. Hi, everybody.
Absolutely. The opening ceremonies to Derby Festival 1996. We're glad to have you along with us for the ride. And right now, we're going to throw it back out to the 2nd Street Bridge, where there's a chapel set up, and our own Stephen Reynolds is standing by.
Hey, thanks, Kirby. Yes, I am at the Thunder Chapel, and the guests have started to arrive, anxiously anticipating the union of Terry and Jeff, and good thing, because Jeff has showed up also. Jeff, how you hanging together, man?
Doing fine, man.
You feel good?
Feel good.
You look calm. Let me see that hand. Put that hand up there. Look at that, rock steady. Now, I was talking to your boss, and I'm afraid one of the guys that runs the Spotlight truck didn't show up, and so as soon as you get done being married, you got to work the truck tonight. Is that all right?
No.
Good answer, good answer. It was just a test. Now, the gentleman who's going to be officiating tonight is Bob Conley, Justice of the Peace. And Bob, is this your first wedding on a bridge at Thunder over Louisville?
Yes, sir, it is.
Imagine that. How will you approach this? What will be your strategy?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. This is probably the biggest crowd anybody's ever done a wedding in front of, 500,000 people.
Are you nervous?
I don't know yet.
Cool under pressure. Thank you, Bob. Now, there's going to be something very exciting happening because when the couple says I do and they embrace and kiss, there is going to be a volley that will be unparalleled. Yes, we're going to get a little sample of the fireworks to come later, and we've got that to look forward to. Now, somebody else who has showed up already is the bride, and let's see if we can, excuse me, guys, I'm going to see if I can talk to the bride here. Let's see if she's in here. I'm just going to knock and see how she's doing. Hello, is the bride in here? Terry? Terry, we can't see her, but Terry, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, you calm?
I'm calm.
Okay, she's calm. She's doing all right. And in just moments, we're going to have the first ever Thunder over Louisville wedding. It's very exciting, Bob and Kirby. Back to you. It's coming up.
All right, Stefan. And there you see
very
the
much.
bridge and Stefan from another camera vantage point.
Well,
All
they're
right.
pretty calm considering how many people they're getting married in front of. 600,000 people.
Not to mention the audience at home. All right. Well, the party continues here at Thunder 96.
That's right. You know, right now we're going to check in with a very exclusive party, a party that most of us do not have tickets to.
Jane McClure is over at the Kentucky Center for the Arts. Jane?
Thanks, Bob and Kirby. Yes, I'd say this is one of the more exclusive parties, and you feel it. You come in on the red carpeting. You've got red carpet treatment from the get-go here. We are at the Kentucky Center for the Arts, and boy, is it festive. Tim King with us from the center. You've done a lot with the theme.
Right. We found out early what the theme was going to be, and we decided to just tie right into it, and everybody hopefully have a good time tonight.
Now, this is the first time people could get into this center, right?
Yes, typically we've closed the center before because for 8 o'clock performances, we knew that the noise would just simply be too loud for performances, but we finally figured out that we were missing a great opportunity for a possible fundraiser for our education programs for us and for Stage 1.
Now, I love the look here. I just went to the bathroom with Elvis. You've got cutouts everywhere.
The women have Elvis and the men have Betty Grable.
What kind of food do people get to feast on tonight?
It's buffet style, copious amounts of food, salad, beef tenderloin, chicken, desserts on the table, and bar, and just something for everyone.
Once we get to the point where the fireworks are going on in just about an hour or so, where can people go and watch the fireworks?
We can see the bridge. People don't believe this, but it's actually true. We can see the bridge from the balcony level, from the grand tier level, and then we're wrapping risers all the way around the stairs.
And people could potentially go walk out and walk on the Belvedere.
That's right. We have access to the Belvedere as well.
Okay, like I said, Bob and Kirby, it is deluxe here. We've got Elvis, we've got cheesecake. What more could you want? For Louisville Tonight Live, I'm Jane McClue.
All right, thank you, Jane. And as I mentioned before that story, those tickets are pretty darn pricey.
How pricey are they, you might be asking?
How pricey are they, Bob?
I'm glad you asked that question, Kirby Adams. They go for $1,000 for a table of 8.
Woo!
But let's just tell you that the money does go for a good cause over to the Kentucky Center for the Arts for a number of educational programs, and certainly that's a well worthwhile fundraiser.
Okay, so the price is worth it.
All right, now, we're looking at, well, I can't tell exactly what that is. It looks like a P-51 from my vantage point, but quite frankly, the sun's in my eyes, so that could very easily be something completely different. But anyway, last year's Thunder over Louisville TV show, with all the photography and beautiful pictures that you've seen, has just been nominated for an Emmy, and that is actually a very big honor in the television business.
Now, the nomination and the success of the Thunder over Louisville show is because of the dedication and hardworking staff behind the scenes. Rain or shine, our crew has to get the job done.
Showing you all of the cable that's laid and the lights that are hung is part of the story of what happens before a WHAS broadcast of Thunder. What I want to know is, how do you keep yourself going? Is it some secret food like Snickers bars or maybe peanut butter?
Pizza and beer.
And finding rooms for all the production crews that come into town is a story all its own, according to Thomas O'Hearn of the Gold House.
Well, the Zambelli family is pretty much...
Zambelli stay with us, yeah. That's why we're in such bad shape with rooms this year. My gosh, George just wanted to bring all his customers, I think, that he ever had.
But there is a lot more to this story, a whole lot more.
In the past, the spotlight has been on the broadcast of the fireworks display.
But this year, thanks to WHAS's expanded coverage, those of you at home are being treated to every moment of the opening ceremonies of Derby Festival.
It's more than double what we've ever done before, so it's a lot.
While the production crews are lifting and lighting, the producers at WHAS are making sure there's a show to show you in the first place. Jeff Gurney is the producer in charge of writing the expanded WHAS news coverage. This is what 5 hours of news coverage looks like on paper. This is what the face of a man who has written it all looks like.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I was here till 2:30 last night and then got in at 9 and still going.
You can bet that executive producers David Loingnan and Kelly Deering are pretty tired too. Tired just thinking about the fact that this production is only the beginning of 40 hours of Derby coverage yet to come. Upstairs, Kate Buford, Louisville Tonight Live's producer, has been working with us to get the show you are watching at this exact moment ready to fly. Meanwhile, Mary Kay Fields is producing the show that will air during the fireworks. But the thing is, all of their hard work could go down the drain literally if it thunders on thunder.
It goes down with the tornado or the thunder or whatever happens. But, you know, you just got to think, what's the #1 story for our viewers that day? And if it becomes weather or if it becomes thunder, we're going to be there.
And boy, did we luck out. This could not have been a nicer day.
Thankfully, the weather was not a story. Sometimes good news does not make the news. By the way, you are already 4 hours into our WHAS coverage, but we still have 5 hours to go. Remember, WHAS stays on the air with thunder coverage until midnight, so you won't miss a thing.
And we go from the air back down to the ground, and Sandra Roberts is over at the Belvedere. Take it away, Sandra.
Thanks, Bob and Kirby. Yes, Kirby, you said that we've been into the programming 4 hours, but the guys that have been trying to put this, guys and gals that have been putting this together, have been here for many more hours longer than that. I'm with one of the WHAS cameramen, Marty Greenewald. Tell me what it's like for you to be out here. This is a pretty cool spot up here.
It's a nice spot, but we were all bagged away for... Hey, guys.
Hey, he knows how to work the camera.
We packed up everything we possibly could because we thought it was going to rain. I didn't bring any sunblock. I didn't bring anything. So I'm getting windburn, getting sunburn, but it's been a great day out here. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. It's been wonderful.
This is pretty cool. Actually, I'm going to stay up here with you if you don't mind. Because actually, down on the ground, my TV grip, I hope I don't fall here, Tommy Smith, he is responsible for all this cable. So if another thing being out here is tons of crowds, tell me what you have to do.
I have to pull a cable for Howard right there. And most people are really wonderful about getting out of the way of the cable. They're really cooperative, unless they're looking up at the show, and then you have to kind of remind them, but they're really good.
There you go. Well, I'm going to try to stay away. Actually, I think I'm going to stay on this camera, and Bob and Kirby, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Careful because of Howard. Howard himself is a big guy, and if you ever saw him and get in his way, Howard, our cameraman, will just push you out of the way.
You know, I didn't bring any sunscreen either because I thought if I bring it, it will rain. So I'm getting a little toasty here, but it's lovely weather.
And there you can see a shot of Howard through the bleachers. You can see why Howard is a force to reckon with no matter what.
Absolutely. Hey, we're going to go to break right now, and here's another festival fun fact. News you can use.
One day you'll be riding the information superhighway, and there'll be a traffic jam of 500 channels. But keep going, and you'll see one station really is different, because it's always been driven by a single mission, to be Kentuckiana's source for news and information. And 500 channels from now, that vision won't change. For coverage you can count on, there's only one stop. WHAS 11, Kentuckiana's news channel for the long haul.
Some of the world's favorite dishes have found a home right here in the USA. Take Shoney's. They make stir fry as American as apple pie. Shoney's classic American stir fry, tossed with fresh vegetables, served over rice. 3 meals that'll stir up your appetite. Grilled shrimp, chicken, beef, right now at Shoney's. Now about that apple pie.
Can you spot the difference between these two transmission problems? Don't watch, just listen. Bet you can't tell the simple problem from the one that's a real handful. That's why at AMCO Centers, expert technicians use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools. Fact is, half the cars serviced at AMCO Centers don't need a new transmission. Come to AMCO. We can open your eyes. AMCO, AA MCO.
This is my amazing GE Profile dishwasher. It's got this computerized brain, which makes it unbelievably smart.
Ah, there you are.
It knows how long to wash your dishes.
Ravioli again.
Because it analyzes how dirty the water is.
Child's play, really.
So it won't waste water, energy, or money while getting your dishes brilliantly clean.
All you need is a brain.
If you're so smart, how come you're doing the dishes?
I hate when she does that. The GE Profile dishwasher. It's got a mind of its own. What are you looking at?
Whole grain oats, bushels of almonds, sun-ripened fruit. These are some of the good things you'll find in Oatmeal Crisp, a breakfast cereal made with the hearty goodness of whole grain oats for a more satisfying oatmeal taste. Oatmeal Crisp, a hearty, satisfying cereal.
Okay.
Back in Louisville tonight, live is a preview of Thunder over Louisville.
This is the opening ceremonies to Derby Festival 1996, and what you are seeing right now is actually a wedding ceremony that's about to get underway. We're going to throw it down to Stephen Reynolds, who's on the 2nd Street Bridge, and that has been converted into a wedding chapel at this point. Stephen, take it away.
Hey, thanks a lot, Kirby. We're just moments away from the bride walking down the aisle. You can see the white carpet is out, and I'd wager to guess that this has never been done here on the 2nd Street Bridge. This is a whole different look for the bridge, and we've got a moment. Let's talk to a couple of people that are waiting and are enjoying this holy day. Are you with the bride or the groom, sir?
I'm with the bride.
Is this your first wedding on the bridge?
Yeah, it probably my last too.
Are you worried that you might get kind of emotional and break down?
No, not hardly.
Have you got some tissues?
No, I was at another wedding last night, so I kindly steeled myself for this one.
That's awesome. Now, what's this in the bag here?
Bird seed.
You got some bird seed to feed the birds?
Right.
Actually, of course, we're going to throw that at the bride, and she's getting close to coming down the aisle, I do believe. You know, it's always kind of a question mark when you're doing these weddings out on bridges like this. You know, the exact timing is kind of hard to gauge. Let's take the opportunity to talk to more of the people waiting. Are you with the bride or the groom?
With the groom's side.
Groom's side?
My fiance is best man at the
What are
wedding.
your thoughts, feelings at this point?
I'm excited, totally excited.
Are you ready to go here with a picture?
I'm ready.
Can I get a shot of you? How do I do this? What do I push? And what do I push?
No, you look through there.
Can I push this? Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get a shot of you. Ready? Smile, everybody. Wave. Oh. Hey, that was nicely backlit. That was very nice. No extra charge for that. I'm actually not the photographer here at the wedding, but it looks like they're conferring down there. Let's go back to Bob and Kirby, and we'll figure out exactly when she's going to walk out, because we don't want to miss that. Bob and Kirby, back to you.
I don't know. I think maybe the bride has last-minute jitters. Maybe she's not going to come down.
Suspense. Oh, we'll have to check back in a couple of minutes. You know, Kirby, this is like the 3rd year that you and I have done this together.
Absolutely.
You got a favorite of the festival events that happen?
Derby Festival events? Well, I love the mini marathon, but I love doing the Derby Festival kickoff with you every year, Thunder over Louisville.
Thank you. And likewise. And, you know, tonight's Hollywood Thunder actually kicks off what has come to be known as 2 weeks of just spectacular Derby events.
That's right. There are 80 events this year, but what if you wanted to become a new event in Derby Festival?
Maybe you've got a great idea, but you really don't know what to do with it.
From fashion shows to balloon glows, the Derby Festival events cover a lot of ground. There are even limitations for the Kentucky Derby Festival.
We're limited to 80 events that's set by our board of directors, our standards and policies. Yes, it is somewhat difficult to become an event, but we are open and we do take applications every year.
Becoming a Derby event starts with a little paperwork.
Derby Festival has a committee, of course, called New Events and Review. This committee accepts applications. The process, we get telephone calls to say, I'm interested in a new event. We have a form that we mail out to them, which asks all of the pertinent information about how to start an event. Do you have a budget? What type of exposure are you looking for? what are your ideas on promotion, etc.
The festival committee then takes all the applications that they've received, reviews them, and then makes a decision based on the number of events that are open for one particular year. Now, here's the important thing. You stand a better chance of getting your event accepted if the event appeals to a very broad range of age groups. Many of the names of Kentucky Derby Festival events have become household names, but you may be surprised to learn about some of the more bizarre events that have been suggested and never really had a chance.
Ducky derbies have been typical. Every year we usually get 1 or 2 requests for those. Run for the rodents, for instance, that's a very interesting one that we've gotten.
Planning for next year's Kentucky Derby Festival event starts even before the Belle of Louisville crosses the finish line first. Since only 1 or 2 spots open up each year, you may want to consider getting your ideas in as soon as possible.
And we should tell you that the forms to register your Derby Festival event are available even today over at, well, maybe Monday, over at the Derby Festival offices. Stacey Yates is with the Derby Festival, and welcome to you. How you doing?
Thank you. Thanks.
It's hard to hear out here, I know.
It's very hard with the air show.
What I want to know, I understand that there is a new combined event this year in Derby Festival.
That's exactly right. We have the Derby Festival Kids Fest that's going to open next Thursday,
what
the
exactly
25th.
Is that?
It's 100,000 square feet of fun at Kentucky Fair and Expo Center in the South Wing. It's a giant interactive playground for children. There's going to be Sega games, internet, Velcro wall, all kinds of things for kids. It's going to be a great time.
Velcro wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And the date once again?
It's Thursday the 25th through Sunday, April 28th, and you can get your tickets in advance at all Kroger stores.
And admission is how much?
$3 if you get them in advance, $5 at the door.
Sounds like a lot of fun, a great addition to Derby Festival.
That's right.
Thank you. Thanks,
Stacey Yates, thank you very much. All righty.
Alrighty, and
Chuck
right
Olmsted,
now,
I understand.
Absolutely right. Let's go back into the sky and check in with Chuck Olmsted about the traffic.
How you doing, gang? We're on the Indiana side as we look down at the Kennedy Bridge. Some brisk traffic as many people continuing to get in position somewhere along the Indiana shore. Across the river in Kentucky, relatively little traffic. Apparently a lot of people have already staked out their ground and have already gotten their location well intact. A reminder, by the way, if you're still coming downtown to view the fireworks coming up, there are truck trolleys that will take you into the Belvedere area and drop you off, so it's a quick run in town as we continue to prepare for the fireworks show. No major traffic problems or accidents to report, and that's good news on what's been an absolutely fabulous day. Back to you, gang.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much.
All right, and as we go to a break, here's another one of those terrific festival fun facts. These are things you can talk around the water cooler with on Monday.
For his first public appearance after the Persian Gulf War, General Norman Schwarzkopf chose the 1991 Pegasus Parade, where he was appropriately named the Grand Marshal.
Liza Minnelli sets the record straight about rumored drinking and drugs, plus it's Fran in France and a soap punk striptease on ET.
Monday at 7 on WHAS 11.
Designer Gianni Versace is famous for finding gorgeous men, but his newest discovery, we found him first. Monday on Louisville Tonight Live, Mr. May is going to Milan. Find out how this Kentuckiana men calendar guy got his big break.
Plus, can inline skates really get it there faster and cheaper? Find out Monday on Louisville Tonight Live.
Insurance means safety and security. For more than 50 years, Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance has provided that peace of mind for thousands of families. When you need insurance coverage for your home, farm, car or boat, life or health, call your local Kentucky Farm Bureau agent. To get the most for your insurance dollar, ask about our multi-policy discounts. We can provide a quote for all your insurance needs. Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance. All around coverage, all around Kentucky.
Mall St. Matthews for spring. New spirit, grand traditions.
Burned out on hoops yet? Me neither, baby. Got good news for you. Monday, April 22nd at 7:30 in Freedom Hall, basketball rules again. It's the Derby Festival Basketball Classic, Night of the Future Stars, followed Tuesday by the Classic itself. Scope out the talent coming up from high schools around the nation. Scarf up your tickets on sale now at the Freedom Hall box office and all Ticketmaster locations. One ticket's good for both events, and as we say here in basketball country, it's awesome, baby!
Problem. You could have used some better advice on your last outdoor project, not to mention better lumber. Solution? Go to Lowe's. Because Lowe's experts can show you the right way to complete any outdoor project. With free computer deck design, the finest lumber and brand name tools, Lowe's has everything you need to get the job done right. Plus, nobody beats Lowe's prices, guaranteed. So to really get a jump on your next outdoor project, go to Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows outdoor projects.
Hey, good kitty.
A cat receiving acupuncture?
Wow. A vulture on a talk show?
He was trying to peck David Letterman's hairpiece off.
A cat psychiatrist?
No matter what I ever did, it was never good enough. You know what I'm saying, Doc?
It's Stephen Reynolds with a special series, Pets Are People Too.
We'll show you the latest medical treatments for our furry little friends.
And we'll take you to a pet talent agency.
The groundhog bit Bill Murray. Right, bit him.
They're not people, they're pets.
But you won't know the difference on Pets Are People Too.
Beginning Wednesday on Louisville Tonight Live.
Welcome back to the Louisville Tonight Live coverage of Thunder over Louisville, and right now we have a very historic moment about to happen.
You know, everyone hopes for good weather when you're getting married, but it's especially important when you're getting married outside in front of a large crowd.
Yes, so you'd have to guess that Terry and Jeff, our Thunder couple who are going to get married, are plenty relieved that the weather has cooperated tonight, and in fact, they're going to have a sunset wedding, I believe.
It will be magnificent, and the Thunder wedding is about to begin. We're going right back now to Stephen Reynolds.
Hey, thank you, Bobby. There is one glitch, though. The weather is fine, but there's one person missing. You can see there's an open chair here. You're Jeff's sister?
Cynthia Stanley.
And who's supposed to be sitting here?
His mother, Evelyn Hayhurst.
And what's the matter with Mom?
She's trying to find a parking spot.
She's looking for a parking spot. Only at Thunder of Louisville. She should have been listening to our traffic coverage today. Well, here we go. There's no turning back now. I'm going to get out of the way, and the bride is coming down the aisle. Flying overhead. She looks just lovely. What do you think of the outfit? Isn't it beautiful?
Yes. Why don't you comment on it?
Comment on the outfit for me.
I think it's very beautiful.
I would say she's blushing. Would you say blushing?
I think a little.
Oh, she's wonderful.
Hope it doesn't turn into a parachute, though.
I'm afraid to say Mom still isn't here. Jeff's mom hasn't made it. Hopefully she's finding a parking spot now. Well, we're getting close, Bob and Kirby. I'm going to toss it back to you guys one more time. And when you come back, we're going to have the vows. And then we're going to have the kiss, the embrace, and all the fireworks, a la Love American style. Back to you, Bob and Kirby.
Wait.
If Mom finds a parking spot.
I know. Well, it's going to be tough. Well, we've told you about America's first family of fireworks, the Zambellis.
Now find out where the Zambellis watch Thunder over Louisville. Here's Jane McClue.
Well, you are looking at the view the Zambellis will have tonight for Thunder over Louisville. A great view from the 5th floor of the Galt House East, what I call the Zambelli Suite, because this is the only time I'm ever up on this floor when I'm here with the Zambellis, and I am here with the Zambelli, George Zambelli, the family patriarch. George, welcome back to Louisville.
My pleasure. Love it. Just love it.
Tell me how thrilled you are first about the weather.
Oh, can't believe it. You know, at 1 o'clock today, the parachutist says, I don't think we're going to be able to jump because of the wind condition, but it's settled down and it can't be any nicer.
And
That's
it'll
perfect.
Be great for viewing tonight?
Yeah, no question. Indubitably, as they would say at Harvard.
Tell me, this is a little bit of a work day for you because you bring in a lot of clients. You've got a lot of people in here watching the show with you.
Right, but it's fun. It's nice to see them here, and they're having fun. They're entertaining themselves. and it's part of the act.
Great chance to show what you do.
Right.
I know something that the viewers don't know. It's your 50th wedding anniversary this year, you and Connie.
Right. June the 20th, 50 years, right.
Congratulations.
Thank
What's
you.
a better way to celebrate that than with this wonderful show? Is this the best show for you guys?
Without question, probably the best in the world at this point for any one single area of firing. It's large.
Great. Well, thanks for having with us, George. And once again, congratulations on your 50th. I'm going to throw it back to you, Bob and Kirby. Jane McClue for Louisville Tonight Live.
And I understand that the Zambelli clan includes 9 grandchildren. And right now we're going to throw it back to the 2nd Street Bridge.
Where the wedding's underway. Take it away, Steven.
Thank you, Bob and Kirby. I have to do my best Ken Venturi here because the wedding is in process. And boy, the couple looks great. Looks like Jeff has even pulled the long hair back into a pony. And now we're all being seated. Oh, wonderful. Okay, let me get out of your way. That's your seat. I'll just let him do his stuff. Bob Conley, the Justice of the Peace.
Blessings that it brings. Marriage is the beautiful blending of 2 lives, 2 loves, 2 hearts. It's the wonderful, mystical moment when a beautiful love story begins. Jeff, at this time, I'd like you to slide the ring on Terry's finger. And repeat after me to her with the bonding of this ring.
Bonding of this ring.
I, Jeff, take thee turn.
Jeff, take these turn.
Be my wedded wife. To have and to hold. From this day forward. For better, for worse. For richer, for poor. From sickness and in health. To love and to cherish. Till death do us part. Terry, I'd like you to slide the ring on Jeff's finger and repeat after me to him. Bonding of this ring. Bonding of
It's a little hard to hear the vows. As you can tell, the air show continues.
Love and to cherish. Love and to cherish. Tell that right at it. I have a special blessing. Let us pray. Love is patient. Love is not jealous or boastful. It is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrong, but rejoices in the right. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. Amen. And I want to read you a little passage from your program. Once in a lifetime, you find love everlasting. It may take half of the life we're given to spend here, but the warmth and fullness it gives lost time. Cherish the happiness it brings to heart and soul. But don't rush through it like daily life. It only happens once in a lifetime, but the effect can last through it life. And a little something that makes it extra special for us here tonight. May no man put asunder a love born of thunder. That we met under lights and stars gives the dreams of future nights the glimmer of hope and expectation that our bright flame will glow forever above. Within the warmth of our unconditional and eternal love. I have a special blessing. Let us pray. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful. It is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice in wrong, but rejoices in the right. bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, deserves all things. Never ends. Amen. Now, inasmuch as you have consented together in front of these witnesses, and because of the pledge of the vows you have made one unto the other, and by the authority invested in me by the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Make this your bride.
This is the full Thunder salute to the bride and groom, the 9 howitzer volley, 1,000 barge salutes, shell of golden bliss. Oh, was that wonderful. Terry seems to be a little emotional. She's crying a little bit. There are a few damp eyes in the house, and Bob and Kirby, I'm afraid that Mom never made it. She never got her parking spot, but boy, her loss was your gain. You had a great seat, huh?
Yes.
Well, there it is, the first ever. We made history here on the bridge. We've shared it with Terry and Jeff, the first Thunder wedding couple. Oh, I'm getting shivers. How about you guys?
Oh, it was very emotional, very emotional.
Oh, for all of us. But you know what?
Congratulations from all of us at Louisville Tonight Live.
And if there's something to be said for this, at least the mom will have the video taped. She may not be able to hear the wedding vows.
That's right. It's the barge salute now.
Between the planes flying overhead.
The barge is coming in.
There was certainly a lot of noise surrounding that. All right. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more of Louisville Tonight Live's Thunder over Louisville preview in just a second. Stick around.
See the Kentuckiana night sky explode with thunder. Join the news channel's Gary Rodemeyer and Melissa Swan with wall-to-wall exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville. All live. Coming your way next on WHAS 11. When severe weather threatens, the news channel is on the air with expanded storm team coverage.
About 5.5 hours of severe weather, and we've been right there with you.
Weather coverage you can count on from Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
You thought you had the best deal on a new pair of eyeglasses? Well, think again. Think Correct Optical. Think $39.29. That's $39 for the first pair and $29 for the second pair. Complete frame and lenses. You want fast service? Correct. You want the best deal? Correct. You want your eyes examined? Call Correct. They will make arrangements for an eye examination by a qualified independent doctor. Think $39.29. That's Correct Optical. 3 convenient locations: DuPont, Dixie Highway, and in Clarksville.
Got no shirt, got no shoes, got no coat, so got me the blues. Yeah, got no shades.
Hey! That's 'cause you got no Pepsi.
Now the more Pepsi you drink, the more stuff you get from the new Pepsi catalog.
Got no mansion, got no yacht.
This might be the end of the blues as we know it.
Drink a lot of Pepsi, get a lot of stuff.
It's Metro Bowling's big annual clearance sale. Rock bottom prices on men and women's bowling shoes. Women's shoes 5 through 6.5, normally $38.95. Now just $12.95. Other shoes normally $38.95, only $29.95. And Metro Bowling has men's shoes ready to move. Shoes normally $39.95 are sacrificed at $29.95. Sale shoes available only at Metro's main store at 4333 Taylor Boulevard, just 1 mile south of the Waterson. If you miss Metro Bowling's big annual shoe clearance sale, you will be sorry.
What's he got that I ain't got?
He's probably got a big view from...
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, it's 1/3 of a pound. 2 beef patties, double cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, onions, the works.
You like him big, huh?
It's not the size, it's the taste. Stupid.
Taste.
Are you ready for a vacation?
It's somewhere with great food, guaranteed fun, and gobs of free stuff. Sounds like the place for you.
Then meet us in St. Louis. I'm Sandra Roberts.
And I'm Jane McClure.
Coming up in May, the lowdown on our neighbor to the west.
We'll show you what makes the Show Me State a great choice for vacation 1996.
Watch for our report starting May 20th and get ready to write for a special flyer detailing the perfect trip to St. Louis Mo.
Come on, baby.
Okay. Welcome back to Thunder over Louisville. I'm Kirby Adams.
I'm Bob Sokoler, and as you see from our side view camera, we are ready for Thunder, which will take place a little more than an hour from now. Here in the background right now, that's the barge, just a little preview.
All right, now, we just saw the first ever Thunder over Louisville wedding. But that certainly isn't all we have in store for you.
That's right, because where there's a wedding, there has to be a reception. And that, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch some of the preview fireworks go off, that is where our own Jane McClue is standing by right now. Jane.
Thanks, Bob and Kirby. We are downstairs in the golf house awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. We've got the wedding cake. We've got candies, peanuts, everything ready. And there's also music with me right now is Steve Thomas. Steve, you're not only a disc jockey, you also know the bride, is that right?
That's correct.
How do you know her?
I worked with her at Kroger, and well, I did until recently.
Tell me, how strange is it for you, or how interesting this idea of getting married on the bridge during Thunder?
It's a little strange. I've never done one of these before, but I just get paid by the job, you know.
So you don't care one way or the other?
I don't care one way or the other. I'm just here to make people have fun.
What kind of music are you going to be playing tonight?
Oh, some oldies and some country and some whatever the bride wants to hear.
You've got to make her happy. This is, since you know her, other friends here tonight, going to be a great party, you think?
I think so. I'll know several of the people that will be here tonight because I work for Kroger, and it'll be a fun time.
And you're going to have a chance to see the fireworks?
I think so. I don't expect them to be done until about 9 or so, and then and I don't expect anybody to come rushing in here before the fireworks, so I think everybody wants to see the fireworks.
Okay, well, that is it. As I said, bride and groom not here yet, but ultimately this will be the place. Back to you. I'm Jane McClue for Louisville Tonight Live.
All right, Jane, thank you very much for all your work.
We should quickly mention to you that this is the first time you can actually download Thunder over Louisville on the internet.
That's right. It may not be important to you since you're watching us on TV, but anywhere around the country or the world that you've got friends, you can tell them to dial up on the internet the following address. Of course, it's http://www.whas11, that's .com, okay? So www.whas11, what's 11, right? .com.
All right, now you may think we have shown you everything there is to Thunder over Louisville, but you have noticed there's one thing that we have not gotten to yet, and that happens to be the fabulous, the magnificent, the spectacular fireworks show.
In just minutes from now, Gary Rodemeyer and Melissa Swan will be taking over these seats to take you through Thunder over Louisville. It's been a pleasure for us, everybody. We'll see you on Louisville Tonight Live. Good night.
Stay with WHAS 11. There's still much more to come. Have a great evening and a great Thunder and a great Derby, everyone.
This is Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11.
Dee's Crafts takes off its hat to spring and then puts it back on. Dee's has hats for you to decorate. Or pick out a hat and decorations and we'll do it for you. Bring in your old hat and give it a new look for this year's outfit. The possibilities are endless, and so are the styles. Tip a new hat and celebrate spring in style at any of Dee's Crafts 4 locations.
Problem. Bad advice can send your spring lawn and garden project out of control. Solution?
Hi, Bob.
Go to Lowe's, where you will find certified lawn and garden experts who can show you how to make your landscaping project a success. With the hardiest trees and shrubs, as well as mowers and fertilizer, Lowe's has everything you need to get the job done right, and nobody beats Lowe's prices, guaranteed. So before you find yourself in over your head, go to Lowe's, because Lowe's knows lawns and gardens.
If you're a discriminating buyer, Watson's is the place to shop. Big savings on Dimension 1 and Leisure Bay spas. These are premium spas with guaranteed low monthly operating costs, starting at $18.99. Plus, 40% off all casual furniture. Now at Watson's.
What's he got that I ain't got?
He's probably got a big view from...
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, it's a third of a pound. 2 beef patties, double cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, onions, the works.
You like him big, huh?
It's not the size, it's the taste. Stupid.
Taste, 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 taste.
Burned out on hoops yet? Me neither, baby. Got good news for you. Monday, April 22nd at 7:30 in Freedom Hall, basketball rules again. It's the Derby Festival Basketball Classic, Night of the Future Stars, followed Tuesday by the Classic itself. Scope out the talent coming up from high schools around the nation. Scarf up your tickets on sale now at the Freedom Hall box office and all Ticketmaster locations. One ticket's good for both events, and as we say here in basketball country, it's awesome, baby!
You're watching Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS 11, your exclusive Derby 122 station.
Belvedere in the riverfront downtown Louisville, and it could not be more perfect for this evening for Thunder over Louisville.
And welcome to our exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville tonight, 1996. This is the 6th time this event has been held here on the Louisville riverfront. We are joined by a crowd estimated at conservatively 600,000 people. They believe it is the biggest crowd ever to see Thunder over Louisville. People lining both the Kentucky and Indiana shores of the Ohio River for what in just 6 short years has become a favorite event in our area.
But everyone at home will have an opportunity to see all of this. You will not have to brave the crowds. We've said the weather's perfect out here, but the crowds are really intense. I've talked to people who have tried to walk through the crowds this evening, and they say it is really a bear to get through all of the people. Well, you at home, you don't have to worry about that, because we have an incredible view for you, and for the first time, exclusively brought to you by the News Channel, Kentuckiana's News Channel, WHAS. For the first time, we'd like to welcome all of our friends at WTVQ in Lexington, Kentucky, where our 90-minute broadcast is being simulcast tonight.
And Lexington, do we have something for you? And another Thunder over Louisville first. Video from this broadcast is being cybercast on the World Wide Web, the internet. At the address on the screen, it's a little bit frightening to me to point out that somewhere frozen in time, my image will be seen on the internet, but it's going to happen tonight. Incidentally, I might point out at this point that we've had 800 contacts already on the internet, one of them taking video from us as far away as Hong Kong. So you're being seen around the world tonight, Melissa.
So welcome all you cyber viewers around the world this evening.
Well, if you were with us earlier here on WHAS, you saw some of the spectacular Thunder over Louisville air show going on since 4 o'clock this afternoon. We've had more than 80 aircraft here on the Ohio River, including a Thunder first flyover by the stealth fighter and then a pair of B-1B bombers. The crowd loved it.
And as the sun is setting, you can see Louisville is just really ready for this event tonight. The city looks beautiful there. The belle of Louisville is sounding her horn, so her whistle, so you can see that everyone is ready. We've also given you throughout this day a look at some of the military aircraft provided to the public this morning at the Kentucky Air National Guard. Army hardware on showcase here on the waterfront, and a skydiver's perspective. This was really interesting, with a camera mounted on a helmet. What it feels like to land on what must be a very tiny barge. Now, sometimes that couldn't be done today because of the wind, but even the wind has died down for this evening's part of Thunder over Louisville.
10 cameras tonight, a full staff of reporters. We're going to go around tonight and check in at the various camera positions and reporter positions. And let's go to Barry Burnson, who is the vortex of Thunder on the 2nd Street Bridge. Do you have your asbestos suit on yet, Barry? Hello.
I do have my suit ready, and we're going to be able to be fully protected here on top of the George Rogers Clark, or 2nd Street Bridge. Not only have we had a military air show, we've had a military ground show here. The guys from Fort Knox are here to blow off 9 of their howitzers. And you know, just a few minutes ago, a very peaceful moment as we had a wedding here on the 2nd Street Bridge. The bride was beautiful, but this show is going to be a beast. I'm telling you, they're going to blow off 5,000 shells from right where we're standing. I've got my heavy shoes on so that my feet will not be burned. And actually, maybe I better crawl under these Fort Knox guys for some protection.
That's right, Burnson. You better find protection. You have to be at work Monday morning no matter what. I'm Rachel Platt, standing here on the middle of the skydiving barge in the middle of the Ohio River. As Melissa said earlier, we've had trouble with high winds. It's not going to be a problem tonight, we're told. The skydivers now say the winds have died down. It's picture perfect. X marks the spot. In just a few minutes, we're going to be talking with members of the Aerial All-Star Skydiving team. The only problem is the barge is kind of small, only 120 feet long, 32 feet wide. So if we have any trouble, we're going to ask Julie Koenig for some help. She's on the riverfront in Jeffersonville. Julie, do you have a safety net ready?
Yeah, and if they miss their mark over there, send them over to Towboat Annie's, because we have lots of space here. We're here in Jeffersonville enjoying great food, great company, and a fantastic view of the 2nd Street Bridge. Can you believe this? This, of course, is the centerpiece of Thunder over Louisville. It always explodes. It's always fantastic. Barry, if you can see us, wave to us up there. Also tonight, check out what I brought along. I brought along my binoculars. No, not for watching racehorses, but so that I can keep tabs on Terry Miners up there in the Galt House. Terry, I can't believe they trust you with all that high technology.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? After all, Julie, I am a professional. Actually, I made a couple of mistakes here, Wayne.
All right, Ted, we're going to untie you, but don't touch anything.
I'm sorry. My head fell over a few minutes ago, and I launched a couple of bottle rockets out here that knocked over a corn dog stand. And speaking of corn dogs, I know a guy who's had 1 or 2 today, and that's Bob Sokoler. Bob?
Well, actually, Terry, Bob is not going to eat his corn dog today, or that hot dog, or this funnel cake, because we are down on the Belvedere where there may be a whole lot of food. However,
we are going to be giving you information about how many calories and fat grams and things you'll be consuming if you, in fact, partake in any of this food, including this corn dog, Terry Miners. But we'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Right now, back to you, Gary and Melissa.
Now, this day is too perfect to mess up with a calorie count, I think. I don't even want to know.
Well, thanks, Bob and Kirby. Well, Melissa, as you know, to bring our viewers all of this activity tonight, Thunder over Louisville, first of all, you have to have all the visual activity, but the most important thing about Thunder is the sound and the fury. So we've got tons of microphones and cameras spread all over the riverfront in Ohio and Indiana tonight. It's going to be quite a show, and it takes a lot of people to bring it to you.
Now, in addition to the 5 positions we have for Thunder reporters, 9 other cameras will be bringing you exclusive live video of every possible angle of Thunder over Louisville. If you've seen it, you know you will get a great view tonight.
So let's take a look at a few of the angles we'll be providing throughout the broadcast. Here we see the view from the 18th floor of the Galt House, and that's where our photographer Bo Gray has been keeping up with aircraft all day and doing a splendid job, and will be giving us a bird's eye view of the fireworks as the sun begins to sink in the west.
And an incredible photographer on our News Channel staff, it is Donnie Rourke, and for the 5th year, Donnie is back on the fireworks launching barge. Now, this is actually where they ignite the fireworks, where they go into the air. It will provide us an incredible close-up view of the pyrotechnics being detonated.
That's closer than any of us would ever want to be. Look for skyline shots from photographer Karen Bybee, who is across the river at the Ashland Pier in Clarksville, Indiana. There is the Louisville skyline.
And skyline shots from the other direction are being sent back to us from Tony Wailetta at Trinity Towers in downtown Louisville. You saw this last year. Watch for this shot at the finale of the fireworks. It is incredible. And boy, do the residents there and the guests have a spectacular view.
Now you're looking from Bridge Cam. This is one of our stationary cams. We have Metro Cam across the river, and we also have Bridge Cam right in the middle of the 2nd Street Bridge. And let's hope it's not hit by any of those exploding pyrotechnics, because this is one camera that we use all year round. We hope we don't have any soot on the lens by the time this is over.
And back in the saddle again is Len Todd. He's in a crane camera. There he is. Wave hi, say hi, Len. With sweeping aerial shots from the WHAS set here on the Belvedere. And as always, look for some show-stopping aerial views as our Sky 11 stays airborne throughout the evening to give you an exclusive look at the city. And I think, Gary, one of the most spectacular shots is the city backdrop with the fireworks in the forefront from Sky 11. It's always an incredible shot.
Just as the old song says, I cover the waterfront, and we're covering the waterfront here tonight on Kentuckiana's News Channel. Now, one camera we want to keep in perfect operating condition because of the delicate nature of the person involved is Terry Miners in the command center. Terry, are you being a good boy up there?
I'm behaving myself, and actually, the word manners is rarely used in the same sentence with the name Miners, but yeah, that's a breakthrough right there, actually, Gary. This County Judge Executive David Armstrong, and you know the mayor for life, Jerry Abramson. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
It's a pleasure to have you.
Well, it's Derby. I mean, here we are. It's the festival. This is the kickoff, the best, the biggest. I mean, you know, it's awesome.
It's a nice way to start. County Judge Executive Dave Armstrong, we can't launch fireworks without having big cheeses either, right? So you get the job of doing that tonight?
Yes, we're both the big cheeses tonight.
That's right. All right. Well, what does this mean for this entire community when Thunder rolls around here now? I mean, this was a non-event 10 years ago, and what are we talking about now?
You know, we can tell you that it meant a lot for economic development. It means a lot for the sponsors to be able to showcase their products while they're here. The truth of the matter is, it's just a heck of a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And Mayor, do you get to drag more friends to town 2 weeks before the Derby now?
Well, you know, Derby Festival week is now 2 weeks. And so with the kickoff of this Thunder and the creation of, 500,000 people downtown, both sides of the river, incredible excitement. I mean, it really creates the kind of energy that gives us the roll right into Derby. We're ready.
All right, we saw the military work with a pontoon a little while ago to put a bridge in here, and they were thinking about putting it up at the east end. Is that possible?
We can do it? Float it any way you'd like.
All right, let's set her up. We got the bridge situation solved there, folks. Back to you downstairs.
It has been taken care of. The controversy has been put to rest here, Thunder Night.
Mind your manners, miners.
And we want to thank Terry, and we'll see more of him later. Let's go now over to Jeffersonville. Towboat Annie's Julie Koenig has been there all afternoon getting a great seat for a great view of the spectacular. Julie?
Well, Melissa, I can't complain about the view I've had here. I'm a real aviation buff, and I must admit we had some really, really cool planes flying overhead today. You know, a lot of those planes were on static display earlier this evening, or earlier this afternoon, I should say, at the Air National Guard base out at Louisville International Airport. If you didn't get a chance to get out there and see them up close and personal, don't worry. Tonight, we take you out on the tarmac. Talk about a name fitting a plane. The stealth sneaks up on you. If you think it's impressive in the air, you should see it on the ground. Kentucky native Dave Woody Wooden pilots this $60 million piece of military hardware. Let's get closer. If you look at the UFO-like surface, you see how the stealth evades radar. Not one 90-degree angle on the entire plane.
It's a fascinating airplane. When I first started flying, it was a real challenge.
it kind of grows into fascination, and now I just enjoy it.
While it's not a secret weapon anymore, much of how the F-117 operates is a secret. That's why when it's not in the air, it's in a military hangar under armed guard. This big boy is a flying gas station. The KC-135 refuels planes like the Stealth while in flight. This Stratotanker is from McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas. Of course, it wouldn't be an air show. That could turn you into a French fry if you get too close. The Navy's F-18 Hornet is smaller than the Eagle, but don't let the size fool you. This is the Navy's workhorse. Lieutenant Andy Loisel checks and secures panels on the plane while we check out the cockpit. You can actually stand nose to nose with this one.
F-16 is kind of a jack of all trades because we do everything. We do air-to-air, dogfighting like you see on the movies. We drop bombs.
Parked across from the Fighting Falcons, the A-10 Warthogs. More big than beautiful. Just look at the size of those engines. Just down the block, TA-4s, Navy training planes. So now you've had a privileged peek at the planes that keep us safe and keep us rocking and rolling with the sounds of thunder. I'm Julie Koenig for Thunder 96.
And as the sun sets on the Louisville waterfront, we continue to enjoy the Lima Lima Air Act.
And now as we go to break, we want to give you another look at a spectacular for Thunder over Louisville tonight. It's the bride and groom of Thunder. They tied the knot earlier here on WHAS 11. There they are, the happy couple.
And when we come back, get your helmet cam view of what it feels like to skydive from 8,500 feet as Thunder over Louisville continues.
For many Kentuckians, Oaks Day is Kentucky's special day at the races. Yet until 1991, there was no garland to crown our champion filly. And then Churchill Downs commissioned the Kroger Floral Shop to create a special garland. And so a tradition was born. On Friday, May 3rd, the fillies will run for the lilies. A new First Lady of Racing will be crowned, and Kroger will send her flowers.
As a delivery company, our business revolves around addresses. Your address, the address you're shipping to, millions of addresses worldwide. You give us an address, we'll get it there. But today, we're giving you an address. Welcome to UPS on the Internet. From here, you can arrange pickups, check rates, even track packages, all from your own computer, anywhere in the world, whether you're at an address or not. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
I eat a lot of chicken.
Doesn't look like the stuff you buy in the store because it's usually the circles.
It's just like you cut it at home.
Tastes just like homemade. It looks like it was sliced off the actual bird. It tastes great. Very light.
Carving board.
Lewis Wow. Rich.
Lewis Rich carving board.
They don't do chicken though, do they?
Yes. So you can just get this at the supermarket. Wow.
No more round slices.
Who wants chicken circles? Now there's Lewis Rich carving board chicken.
All right, Louis. I told you it tastes baked.
This is great chicken.
Switch to Rich. Lewis Rich. Today's taste.
That's good.
Dateline, May 8th, 1995. It was a road Bob Howard did not want to go down, teaching his son Bart how to drive. But now it was too late. He was strapped in, and it was time for a left-hand turn smack dab into insurance premiums. Bob Howard, you're brave. And where? Chicken! Tyson Holly Farms has always stood for all natural, fresh chicken. Nobody does more with chicken. Nobody! You want a fresh, lean bird? You want legs or breasts? You got 'em. So, Bob Howard, you may be brave, but at Tyson Holly Farms, where? Chicken!
How's this for one of 12 grand prizes in the Pegasus sponsorship program?
You can't reveal the prizes, Bernie. It would create traffic pileups in front of Pegasus sponsorship outlets. Try it again.
Okay. Find a gold instant win pin and you become eligible for one of 12 fabulous grand prizes from these area businesses. Weekly drawings begin April 5th. As a Pegasus sponsor, you receive a pin which allows you to attend many festival events. Can I even give them a little hint?
No way, man.
And welcome back, everyone, to WHAS 11's exclusive live coverage of Thunder over Louisville, seen now throughout Kentucky on WHAS in Louisville and WTVQ in Lexington. And below that Louisville skyline, you can believe there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people ready for the fireworks. In fact, this is the largest Thunder crowd ever. We have been told that we have in excess of 600,000 people here ready to watch the fireworks.
And Melissa, it's amazing to consider that 6 years ago, this event didn't even exist. And if I can remember, I covered the first, well, it was sort of a Thunder over Louisville. It was a noontime Derby Festival kickoff down here at the waterfront.
It was a sparkle.
They shot off some fireworks, and then the organizers turned to each other and they said, you know, it would probably look better if we did this at night.
That's right.
And so a festival was born, an idea was born. They moved it out to Cardinal Stadium and then back here.
That's right. Several years ago, it was at Cardinal Stadium. The following year, the event was moved to the riverfront. And, well, the rest is history. There you see a young man enjoying this evening. The weather is absolutely perfect for this.
How it has grown over the years. Thunder includes an estimated 80 airplanes tonight, 42 tons of fireworks, 108 searchlights, 170 food booths, tanks, bands, air-sea rescue missions, over 30 skydivers, and a viewing audience estimated at, as you said, 600,000 plus.
And the news channel has expanded the coverage to 8 full hours today, enlisting the help of about 100 people.
And we want to extend a special thanks to Kroger, one of the sponsors tonight, for, yes, feeding our hardworking, hungry crew throughout the day.
Also, we want to give a heartfelt thank you to Thunder over Louisville for donating $5,000 to the WHAS Crusade for Children in honor of the TV talent and crew who have brought Thunder over Louisville to you for the past 6 years.
One of our hardworking station employees is keeping an eye out tonight for unidentified falling objects at her position on the skydiving landing barge. Here is Rachel Blatt. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Gary. We're hoping that the UFOs we see are skydivers who are now able to land on this barge. We've only had 2 today because of the high winds. Here's the good news. Earlier today, the winds here on this barge, 20 miles per hour. The windsock way down low now. We're told 2 to 4 miles per hour now on the barge. Picture perfect. The plane is up. The skydivers are saying this is great. They're going to come here. Earlier today, they had to land over at the waterfront building over on the Kentucky riverfront. Let's take a look at some of the fascinating views, though, and the infamous helmet cam shots. Wow, good stuff. As you can see, the windsock, 2 to 4 mile per hour winds here. They tell me we're about a minute away from the first jump. Just some of the great views you're going to see. Stay tuned. More helmet cam to come your way. Gary, Melissa, back to you for now.
helmet cam by night this time. It's a whole different view.
We don't even need the hairspray tonight. No. Well, we have been looking forward to a lot of Derby Festival events. As you know, Thunder over Louisville is just one of many events over the next 2 weeks, and Bob Sicoli and Kirby Adams are with the folks who keep track of all those events. Bob, Kirby?
Gary, we're with Don McClinton, chairman of the board of the Kentucky Derby Festival, and
President and CEO of the Kentucky Derby Festival, Dan Manget. Welcome, guys.
How you doing? We're doing great.
You are doing great. As a matter of fact, right here on his pass, it says Command Center, and it's titled Him.
No
you are
doubt.
very important.
Thank you very much. We're having a great day. This is one of the best events that the festival's ever had. I'm happy for us, the community. It's just awesome. Don, when we talk about the Kentucky Derby Festival, many people may not realize how much it means to this city in terms of revenue.
Well, our economic impact for all the Derby events will be in excess of $50 million. We're having a study done right now. It's not completed yet, but we'll have it in the next few months. It's a significant impact. This weekend alone will bring $12 million in the local economy.
All right, we're going to take a break for a second because we need to throw it back to Gary. Melissa, I believe we've got skydivers heading our way. Am I correct, gentlemen and ladies?
That's right, Bob.
We're going to go to Rachel Platt now, who is on that landing barge, and the person wearing helmet cam, as we call it, is about to come down and land on that barge. Rachel?
All right, Elizabeth, that's who I'm going to interview. Right, Melissa? We're told, are they out yet? I don't know that they're out. With me right now is Elizabeth Whitmer, and you were one of the skydivers earlier today in the all-female free fall. How did that go for you? You were fighting high winds earlier today.
Right, Rachel. There were high winds, so we weren't able to make the free fall portion. However, we did go all out together. It's 5 women, and we came in together in a group and had a great time.
Okay, they're saying jumpers away, so hopefully we're going to keep looking at the monitor. As soon as we start seeing helmet cam, we're going to take some shots of that. You said your husband, Jim Bedway, who's now wearing helmet cam up above, you all met, I guess, through skydiving, right?
We sure did. Our first kiss was in free fall. Isn't that romantic?
I was going to say, that beats the old wedding on the 2nd Street Bridge, I think.
Well, I think so. It was our own little version of romance.
All right, tell me what your husband's probably thinking. We see now the fireworks shooting out there. What's going through his mind right now?
Well, believe it or not, he's just having a great time. It is a lot of fun. I do night pyrotechnics myself, not on Thunder, but it's a lot of fun to fire the fireworks off. And, of course, you concentrate on your target area also.
I was going to say, now these are pretty good conditions now, right?
This is actually ideal. We have some wind, which helps us slow down, but not so much that you have to fight it. It's perfect.
I was going to say, we're looking at these great shots. Any nerves now with your husband up there, or he's done it so many times he's used to this?
There's always adrenaline pumping, but if you have the track record that they do, they have a lot of confidence, so it's just business as usual.
All right. Any advice that you're giving him, or when you sit here, are you nervous for him and he's nervous for you when you jump?
Oh, sure. There's a little bit of that, but we've done this a lot, and we have a lot of confidence in each other.
I was going to say, when they land, they're really excited.
Oh, you bet. There's nothing like coming down in the middle of the night on a barge in the water. You bet.
All right. Well, we're going to come back to us as soon as they land and start interviewing some of these skydivers. As soon as they hit the spot, we feel very confident they're going to hit the X. Melissa and Gary, we'll go back to you for now.
Melissa, what happens if you're looking up there now? We were talking about helmet cam, and this is a little bit of an aerial ballet as they come down, because they're asking him not only to point his helmet and try to get as good a shot, and there is our helmet cam,
there you're seeing
but he is now pointing his toes toward a receiver, and maybe his toes weren't as straightened as they should be right there. But there's helmet cam, and what a beautiful shot. This can only be compared to maybe landing in Louisville at night in an airliner, but look at those shots.
Those fireworks are coming off of his boots, so you're seeing the camera on his head, and the fireworks are shot from the skydiver's boot. So you can imagine how difficult this is, and plus he's skydiving at the same time. He doesn't have a lot to think about.
And we really don't need to apologize for the imperfections in the picture, because he's sort of a moving target, so that's why occasionally she'll break up there between the transmitter and the receiver on the ground.
When you get the picture like that and you see that view, it's definitely worth it.
What a gorgeous sunset it's been here in Louisville tonight. We know we've had concerns about the weather all week, but just as our meteorologist Chuck Taylor had predicted, the skies parted about noon today. It was gusty and kind of cool this afternoon, but soon the humidity and the clouds parted, and I want to tell you, it's turned out to be a lovely night. And,
it certainly has.
And the skydivers making it even more delightful.
And as Gary and I have said throughout this day, this is the first opportunity we have ever had to see Thunder over Louisville live in person. We have always been in the studio and watched the television coverage just like a lot of other people do. But I am really impressed with someone who can jump out of an airplane, maneuver their way down to the ground, and have fireworks spit from their boots at the same time. That's a surprise to me. I don't remember it from last year, and I am impressed. There's helmet cam again.
Well, you know, for a reporter, it's good to get an assignment. We were talking before. I got the first Thunder over Louisville, which was held at noon. You got the second one at Cardinal Stadium. So in the intervening years, we've been working back at the station doing newscast on this night, and we've only seen the reflected glow in the window at WHAS TV, which is about 10 blocks away from here.
I think I went to the roof one evening and watched right before the
But what a great night. We're really looking forward to this as much as you are, because we're going to be seeing our first live Thunder here tonight, and it's a terrific time for us too. Coming down a little bit more at a time, and they're really just kind of wind surfing here.
You can hear the crowd in the background applauding. The barge is just right in front of the Belvedere here, and those people have landed on that barge, and they got an applause from the crowd here. You see, it looks like everyone's safely down in that group. Helmet cam still coming down to the toward the water, and there you see another skydiver in front of the person wearing helmet cam this evening.
For those of you that have just joined us, earlier in the day we were not landing on the barge with most of the skydivers because of the windy conditions. Winds were gusting in excess of 20 miles per hour, so they landed over in what is unfinished Riverfront Park in Louisville on a sort of dirt strip over there, and it was not the pleasantest of landings for the skydivers. But here comes another one in to the barge now. The winds have calmed to less than 5 miles per hour, and it's another correct landing.
Down.
Good job.
And more applause from the crowd up here. It is very impressive to think that you can jump out of an airplane onto a barge. Now, it looks like they have, Rachel will have to tell us more about that, if it's sand or dirt or what have you, to, looks like to cushion that landing there.
It's only 32 feet wide, I believe.
32 feet wide, you said.
120 feet long, so it's a.
And helmet cam is down. Let's go to Rachel Platt, and she can tell us more about.
Melissa, Gary, I don't know if you can hear me. We're in the middle of fireworks. This is Dale Gum, who is with the Jim Medway with helmet cam, is right over there. How was it?
It was great, absolutely perfect. This is what we worked for all year long, and it turned out great. I love it.
Weather good? No problem with the high wind?
No, none at all. It was perfect weather just for Thunder. We arranged perfect weather.
All right, thank you. It's Jim Medway. Is he okay? It looks like he took a bit of
That was Leroy.
Oh, that was Leroy?
Yep, I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm dry.
Oh, wait a second. Have I gotten everybody confused here? You're Jim and not Dale?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm dry. Make sure they know that.
All right, I was going to say, you do have helmet cam on you. How was it?
Great. It was perfect. We had a ball. Good weather, everything. Nice, easy target. We had fun. A lot of fun.
Absolutely wonderful. Congratulations, Jim Medway. We got it right now.
And our All-Stars are here to do a show for you guys.
All right, great shots. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now, back to you, Melissa.
All right.
Thank you,
Rachel Platt on the skydiving barge, and
right now we go to the
up.
American salute.
I am many things and many people. I am the nation. I am 243 million living souls and the ghost of millions who have lived and died for me. I am Nathan Hale and Paul Revere. I stood at Lexington and fired the shot heard around the world. I am Washington, Jefferson, and Molly Pitcher. I am John Paul Jones, the Green Mountain Boys, and Davy Crockett. I am Lee and Grant and Abe Lincoln. I remember the Alamo, the Maine, and Pearl Harbor. When freedom called, I answered and stayed until it was over there. I left my heroic dead in Flanders fields, on the rocks of Corregidor, the bleak slopes of Korea, and in the steaming jungles of Vietnam. Brooklyn Bridge, the wheat fields of Kansas, and the granite hills of Vermont. I am the coal mines of the Virginias and the bluegrass of Kentucky, the Golden Gate and the Grand Canyon. I am Independence Hall, the spirit of St. Louis, and a footprint on the moon. I am big. I sprawl from the Atlantic to the Pacific. My arms reach out to embrace Alaska and Hawaii. More than 3 million square miles throbbing with industry and technology. I am more than 2 million farms. I am forest, field, mountain, and desert. I am quiet villages and cities that never sleep. You can look at me and see Ben Franklin, Betsy Ross, Babe Ruth, and the World Series. I am 170,000 schools and colleges, and over 260,000 churches and synagogues, where my people worship God as they think best. I'm a ballot dropped into a box, and an editorial in a newspaper. I am the roar of a crowd in a stadium, and the voice of a choir in a cathedral. I am Mark Twain and Stephen Foster, Tom Edison, Albert Einstein, and Walt Disney. I am the Wright brothers, Will Rogers and Bob Hope. I am Henry Ford, Jonas Salter, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Krista McCoy. Yes, I am the nation, and these are the things I am. I was conceived in freedom, and God willing, in freedom I will spend the rest of my days. Proud to be American.
Load mic check.
And it is a very, very beautiful tribute to the country, one that they played last year, the American Salute, and they decided that it was so warmly received and so fine that they would duplicate it this year. For Thunder over Louisville, you have just seen the American Salute, and now a salute to the University of Kentucky, the national champions.
This is getting a great reaction from the crowd. In fact, it may be the reaction of the night.
This is great.
This is a state that loves its basketball, and they are once again national champions.
That's right. I tell you, it's an area that loves its basketball, because I know people here from Louisville and from southern Indiana, and they're all cheering.
I want to tell you, I was in the hotel when Rick Pitino brought the national champs back to the embrace of the fans that night just a couple of weeks ago up in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and it was a moment that I'll never forget. And now, once again, these fans get to relive those memories, and a huge UK national championship flag flying down the Ohio River, and I have to believe that even the Louisville and the Indiana fans watching have to feel a certain amount of pride that the championship of college basketball is back in the region where it belongs.
Getting a Thunder salute. And let's now go to Barry Burnson. He is on the 2nd Street Bridge, and he's going to have quite an evening with all the pyrotechnics and watching out for the flames. Barry?
Well, we're also watching out for these guys from Fort Knox who are firing off 75mm cannons without warning us, and at any moment they could be exploding these very large guns like that. You know, when they say the bombs bursting in air and the rockets' red glare. They're talking about this. In fact, when that helicopter went over, I could swear I saw Rick Pitino piloting that thing, and we have a report here on the 2nd Street Bridge that Mr. Pitino is going to be wearing that banner instead of an Armani suit when the next season starts. I don't know. We're going to have to check that out, get another source, but Gary and Melissa, maybe you can confirm that. I don't know.
I bet he would wear that very proudly, as a matter of fact, very proudly.
Was that a denim flag? I don't know.
That was a howitzer. I told in my ear. Very loud one.
Well, here comes another salute. I don't know. This may be a 20-gun salute here.
To the UK flag.
Well, we'll be back with much more coming your way in a moment. We'll be looking back at some of the air show that we saw this afternoon, the stealth fighter and also the B-1B bomber. And join us a little later on. All the fireworks coming your way.
That's the howitzer. And don't forget Thunder Command Center. It will be a salute to Hollywood after this.
In Kentucky, on the first Saturday in May, there is a crowning moment. It comes when the newest member of thoroughbred royalty is presented a glorious garland of 554 prime red roses. Kroger, celebrating our 10th anniversary of crafting the garland of roses.
Dateline, May 8th, 1995. It was a road Bob Howard did not want to go down, teaching his son Bart how to drive. But now it was too late. He was strapped in, and it was time for a left-hand turn smack dab into insurance premiums. Bob Howard, you're brave. And where? Chicken! Tyson Honey Farms has always stood for all natural, fresh chicken. Nobody does more with chicken. Nobody! You want a fresh, lean bird? You want legs or breasts? You got 'em. So, Bob Howard, you may be brave, but at Tyson Honey Farms, where? Chicken!
The Olympic Games, celebrating the notion that it truly is a small world. Unless, of course, you're UPS, bringing things to the games in Atlanta from every corner of that small world. Every day, we serve over 200 countries and territories, speak 43 languages, and deliver overnight to a world that still measures 25,000 miles around. Oh, we are all one big family. It's just that the family is a little spread out. UPS, worldwide Olympic sponsor.
Who says the world has changed? Summer is still way too short. The first day of school is still way too long. But somehow, it's not so bad when you have your favorite bologna sandwich. Oscar Mayer.
You got bologna? Uh-huh. Me too.
Quality beef, no fillers. Shouldn't your kids grow up with Oscar Mayer?
And John Wayne got us through World War II. Strong and proud, everything seemed all right. The American spirit has remained intact. We've raised our children, and they've grown with the fabric woven by the nation's storytellers. As President Kennedy once reminded us as a nation, some men dream and say, why? Others dream and say, why not? It is this hope, this eternal ambition, this wonderful inspiration that drives us on in this great nation. Perhaps the Duke said it best, in his own way.
Waiting.
And you've been seeing a tribute to Hollywood. This is Thunder over Hollywood tonight. You'll be hearing a lot of the songs from the silver screen. You can hear John Wayne, and of course in the background just now, George M. Cohen.
And we're joined now by Jeff Ethel, who has been with us most of the day for the air show as we pull out to expose Mr. Ethel over here. And Jeff, you go to about 25 air shows a summer, I know. And where does this fit in on the spectrum? This is a good show today.
Oh, you're right at the top on this one. This is a fabulous show. It lasts much longer than most air shows anyway.
It is a very, very long one. We had 3 hours this afternoon. We've had 30 minutes or so already with the Skydivers this evening.
Oh, it's a phenomenal mix. Everything from biplanes to the latest jets to aerobatic acts. It's terrific.
So even you have been impressed.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty impressed, I got to admit. Matter of fact, I kind of wish I was flying in it.
There it is. I knew that was coming.
Yeah, you kind of get that, you're torn where to be.
One thing I know that's coming over pretty soon is the once again a return of the MiG-17, which is
wait till you see this.
A beautiful aircraft.
Well, of course, it'll have his afterburner on, so you'll see this spike of flame that's about 30 feet long come out of the back of the airplane.
And of course, we saw that earlier today as well.
You did, yes. In the daytime, it's bright, so you can imagine what it's going to be like tonight.
And this was an aircraft that was not readily available to anything before, right?
That's right. Not until the fall of the Iron Curtain. And then we're thousands of MiGs for sale because these countries aren't supported by the Soviet Union anymore. They're trying to earn a little bit of cash back, so they're selling all their surplus airplanes.
And take us back now to the aircraft that's flying overhead right now.
Sure. What we're looking at, of course, is the helicopter with the flag, and that's a great pyrotechnics display as well. One thing about a helicopter is it can stop and you can take a look.
Jeff, let's go back earlier in the day and take a look at some of the aircraft that came through.
Yeah, well, here we have the North American team, which flying AT-6s, World War II trainers. Premier air-to-air fighter and air-to-ground fighter, the F-15 Eagle. A twin engine built by McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis. A Mach 2 aircraft, carries not only cannon, but advanced air-to-air missiles, radar-guided as well as infrared-guided from the Sidewinder to the Sparrow. Terrific, terrific lineup.
It really was. It really was.
One of the foremost aviation experts in the country.
And you can tell from that. Thank you for being here and sharing all your knowledge with us today.
It was a pleasure.
And we want to go to Kirby Adams right now, who is down on the Belvedere. Kirby?
I am down on the Belvedere with my good buddy, Bob Sokoler.
You know, I got to tell you, Kirby, there are a lot of these concession stands around here and also over the Chow Wagon. I love this food.
Of course you love the food. It tastes great because it's so high in fat. You really don't want to eat it.
But wait a second.
You want to be careful about what you eat.
Well, what about if I have one of these great sausages with onions and green peppers? How much fat have I got here?
You don't want to eat that, Bob, or you want to eat it sparingly because there are 844 calories in that and 69 grams of fat. Use as you plan your Derby Chow Wagon menus.
Now, what about one of these elephant ears or the funnel cake? What am I doing here?
Funnel cake has 1,080 calories.
Whoa.
1,080 calories and 65 grams of fat.
Man.
A lot of fat in there.
All right.
So, I'm not kidding. You got to kind of think about what you're going to eat when you go down there to the Chow Wagon.
And what about the corn dog that Terry Miners has been at already?
The corn dog is a little worse for the wear. However, it has 23 grams of fat, so that's probably your best bet next to a banana.
A banana. All right. Back to you, Gary and Melissa. Forget the banana. It's all fun.
Who would have thought the corn dog the best
corn dog. Jeff, we were talking about the MiG-17, and now it's back in local airspace once again, and it is quite a good and agile fighter from the Vietnam War era.
Well, it certainly bested our airplanes in dogfights. Our pilots had a difficult time trying to beat the MiG-17 unless they use their power to extend away from the fight, come back in and try it again. Terrific pilots, too. We've encountered a lot of North Vietnamese pilots who were better trained than we thought, and many were aces. Got many American aircraft to their credit. So the aircraft is probably one of the more significant of the 60s and 70s era.
We actually had to go back and retrain some of our pilots. Well, there's the big now.
Yeah, I did. Now look at this. The aircraft is carrying not only its normal power, which is the afterburner, but the pyrotechnics from this aircraft are quite spectacular because it moves so fast. And, of course, just creates an arc right across the sky. Now the air
creating some applause down
here. Oh
yeah,
it's very popular, needless to say.
Swooshes by.
Yeah, exactly. The aircraft, all Russian aircraft are very rugged. That's one thing that is maybe a little different than ours. Ours aren't quite as truck-like as these are. They build trucks, we build Cadillacs, and there's a real difference. Trucks are cheaper. They don't last as long sometimes if you beat them up. But they stay in the field and they're made to be maintained by a 17-year-old with a hammer.
We've come a long way, haven't we? 30 years later, a Russian-made plane is flying in an American festival in downtown Louisville.
Unbelievable.
What a change.
And there are many more to come. People are importing them every day.
And we're going to have lots of pyrotechnics to come when Thunder over Louisville really kicks into gear about 9:30, so stay tuned.
Don't go away. Thunderstorms Hollywood next.
Thunder over Louisville and the opening ceremonies of the 1996 Kentucky Derby Festival are being sponsored by the Kroger Company, always on the cutting edge, by Tyson Holly Farms, Weir Chicken, by UPS, moving at the speed of business, by Louis Rich, get rich, Louis Rich, and by Coca-Cola, always refreshing, always Coca-Cola. This evening's coverage of Thunder over Louisville is an exclusive production of Kentuckiana's news channel, WHAS 11.
For many Kentuckians, Oaks Day is Kentucky's special day at the races. Yet until 1991, there was no garland to crown our champion filly. And then Churchill Downs commissioned the Kroger Floral Shop to create a special garland. And so a tradition was born. On Friday, May 3rd, the fillies will run for the lilies. A new First Lady of Racing will be crowned, and Kroger will send her flowers.
I eat a lot of chicken.
Doesn't look like the stuff you buy in the store because it's usually the circles.
It's just like you cut it at home.
Tastes just like homemade.
It looks like it was sliced off of the actual bird.
It tastes great.
Very light.
Carving board.
Louis.
Louis
Wow.
Rich.
Louis Rich carving board.
They don't do chicken, though, do they?
Yes. So you can just get this at the supermarket.
Wow.
No more round slices.
Who wants chicken circles? Now there's Louis Rich carving board chicken.
All right, Louis.
I told you it tastes baked.
This is great chicken.
Switch to Rich. Louis Rich. Today's taste.
That's good.
As a delivery company, our business revolves around addresses. Your address, the address you're shipping to, millions of addresses worldwide. You give us an address, we'll get it there. But today, we're giving you an address. Welcome to UPS on the Internet. From here, you can arrange pickups, check rates, even track packages, all from your own computer, anywhere in the world, whether you're at an address or not. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Dateline, May 8th, 1995. It was a road Bob Howard did not want to go down, teaching his son Bart how to drive. But now it was too late. He was strapped in, and it was time for a left-hand turn smack dab into insurance premiums. Bob Howard, you're brave. And WHAS chicken! Tyson Holly Farms has always stood for all natural, fresh chicken. Nobody does more with chicken. Nobody! You want a fresh, lean bird? You want legs or breasts? You got 'em. So, Bob Howard, you may be brave, but at Tyson Holly Farms, WHAS chicken!
Welcome back to our exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville. We are just minutes away from the largest fireworks show in the world. And, of course, since 4 o'clock this afternoon, we've been waiting for the sun to go down, right?
That's right. It is down, and you were watching that Russian MiG, and the fireworks coming out of that are pretty spectacular. Let's go over now to Jeffersonville. Our Julie Koenig is over there. She's got a great seat for this show, Julie.
Yes, I do, guys, and so do some of these Thunder watchers joining me. These kids have been dying to be put on TV all day long, so let's do one group. Hi, Mom. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hi, Mom. Now, this guy tells me he's been to Thunder before. What is the best part?
The planes and stuff.
And what about the bridge?
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
So who here is ready to see some fireworks?
Me.
I'm sorry, that was too lame. Are you ready for some fireworks?
Yeah!
We're ready over here. Are you ready over there?
Yeah.
We're ready, Julie. Let's go back to Terry Miners and the Bride of Thunder. Terry?
Yeah, Gary, as you can see, it's only about 3 minutes away from the big show, but more fireworks are in store for these nice folks. They got married earlier tonight on the 2nd Street Bridge. Jeff and Terry Hayhurst, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The two of you met 3 years ago right here, correct? Right. You work for the Searchlight company that's working here tonight.
Searchlight Advertising.
And you work for Kroger.
That's correct.
Who's pumped $10, $20 into this show, I understand.
A little bit.
So the two of you fell in love. Will you look this way, though, and give us the look that you threw into each other's eyes to fall in love? Oh, that's sweet, Jeff. Very nice. The two of you, they kissed a little while ago on the bridge, and if you'd like to simulate that again, we'll show them what happened. The fireworks went off. It was awesome. And as they said a few moments ago, more fireworks coming on. Cut it out, kids. Get a room. Back to you downstairs.
Terry, they're in the Galt house. They've got a room. Let's go now to Barry Burns, and he's on the bridge and talk about fireworks. This man's going to see some fireworks.
Right here, the 50-millimeter tubes that are going to be firing some of the 5,000 shells high into the air. Right down below me, perhaps the largest gathering of people ever in the history of Louisville. I've got to stay right here, so I need help. I've brought in Major Joe Johnson, the Assistant Chief of the McMahon Fire Department, who is going to help me on with my gear. Thank you, Joe. Let me get this on here, and we're going to pull the thing down, and we are ready to boogie.
Well, I want to tell you, he is all ready to start collecting for the Crusade for Children, or for a big fireworks display, whichever comes first.
And we are about to see a very big fireworks display. You know, there are going to be more than 31,000 shells coming up that are going to explode in the air. There are going to be 4 barges. That's on either side of the 2nd Street Bridge, and I'm told the waterfall off the 2nd Street Bridge is spectacular. So if you're watching at home, you're going to be seeing views from all over the city and our view from Sky 11 up in the air. And for the first time this year, the 2nd Street Bridge Cam. Now, we're not sure exactly how our bridge cam is going to fare through all of this, so that'll be interesting, too.
Not only will we be able to see it, you'll be able to feel it. That's what the Thunder is all about. It's a remarkable pyrotechnic display. It's visually wonderful, but it's also a great audio effect. So let's go to the countdown for Thunderstorms Hollywood.